Test 1, 2, 3. Good evening, Council. I'd like to call our special council meeting to order for Wednesday, February the 14th, 2024 at 6:15 p.m. Number two is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members of the council have a declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Three is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the agenda of the special council meeting for February the 14th, 2024 be approved as presented. Mover, Councillor Roux, seconded by Councillor Marshall. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Four is in-camera items. We have a motion that in accordance with the Town of Pantangashine Procedural Bylaw 2023-50, the Council of the Town of Pantangashine move into an in-camera session to discuss labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality or local board, including matters before administrative tribunals. Advice as subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And there are two items. One is a union negotiations update, and two is the Main Street building collapse update. I'll look for mover. Councillor Marshall, seconder. Councillor DeRush. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll move into our in-camera meeting space and we'll resume there. Welcome, everyone. We're just wrapping up our 6:15 p.m. meeting. We will get started promptly at 7 with our official council business. 4B, we're rising from a closed session. I have a motion that council of the town of Penetanguishene rise from an in-camera session without a report. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Drush, seconder. Councillor Marshaw. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Question period from the meeting public regarding our 6:15 p.m. meeting. Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to adjourn at 6:50 p.m. by Councillor Marshaw, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Thank you, and we'll be back at 7 o'clock for our council meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our council meeting for Wednesday, February the 14th, 2024. I'm going to call our meeting to order at 7 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for attending here tonight. We welcome you and thank you for being here. We're going to start off tonight by welcoming Chief Renaud to the podium for a little public service announcement.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's council meeting. Just a few messages before we start. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial 911. The address here is number 10 Robert Street West in Penetanguishene. And I'd like to remind you that we have a public access defibrillator on the outside of the council chambers. In the event the fire alarm activates, we are protected by a single stage fire alarm. The alarm will ring. We're to exit through the exits at the rear or at the side, and will join in the parking lot of the church. If you require the washroom facilities, just on the outside to the right and down the hallway on the right. Wish you a safe meeting. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue à la salle de conseil pour ce soir. Couple de messages avant que nous commençons. Les chambres de bain sont situées juste à l'extérieur de la caserne ici, dans le corridor à votre droite. L'hôtel de ville est protégé d'un système d'alarme de feu 1 stage. Si l'alarme à feu sonne, veuillez quitter par la porte à l'arrière ou de l'autre côté et on se rejoint dans le stationnement de l'église. S'il y a un problème médical, veuillez signaler le 911. L'adresse ici est la salle de conseil, le numéro 10, rue Robert, à Penetanguishene. Et nous avons un défibrillateur public juste à l'extérieur de la salle de conseil. Je vous souhaite une bonne réunion. Merci. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Chief Renaud. I'd like to let everyone also know that this council meeting is being live streamed, so you can find us on YouTube, on Rogers, and it is being recorded and retrieved and stored on our accessible website. So you are being recorded. Moving on, number 2 is our land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis. Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name, and more importantly, that for thousands of years it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters and are responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. All right, moving on to number 3 is our welcome and council commitment. I'm going to turn it to Councillor Drush, and I'm going to ask council to stand, please.
Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens dont la liberté, les possibilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce qui nous a été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à titre de membres du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons tous renforcés à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permettront de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de tous, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et prendre de sages décisions. Merci de votre présence.
Thank you so much, Councillor Drush. And Councillor Vedabunker, if you can lead the English version, please.
Thank you, Worship. Council commitment for the town of Penetanguishene. We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask that all in attendance and those who could not be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker. Moving on, number 4 is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the agenda of the regular council meeting for February the 14th, 2024 be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Roux, second by Councillor Waters. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 5 is declaration of pecuniary interest. Do any members of council have a declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, if you find your face before it at the time, please let us know at that time, but we'll move on. Number 6 is our open forum. So get a little context. Tonight we have 2 meetings before us. We're in our council session right now. When council concludes, we'll move into our committee of the whole. I believe some members of the public here tonight are for a motion that would be before council tonight about shared tower. That's on committee of the whole afterwards. Tonight we're in our council and the agenda has been dispersed. Open forum is an opportunity for members of the public to have a conversation with council. It's timed. It's 2 minutes. You register with the clerk. We have had people come in and register with the clerk when you come in. We're going to ask for respectful dialogue. There's no debate with our staff, so I'm going to ask you not to pose questions to our staff. If you have a question, you'll pose it through myself to council. And I need to emphasize again about respectful dialogue. If we don't, we're going to cut off your mic. Madam Clerk, I believe we have some people that have registered for the open forum tonight.
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship. The first person on the list is Michael DeCourcy of Payette Drive, with the description of the speaking content being appreciation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just so everyone's aware, one more time, we are limited to 2 minutes for this, so we'll let you know. If we're over, we'll ask Sarah if we can cut the mic, but please keep it 2 minutes. Thank you.
I might not make it that far. Good evening, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, and members of council. My name is Mike DeCourcy. On behalf of the residents of Rolling Sands, in regards to the open space area, I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Your Worship, members of council, planning, Andrea Betty, to Jeff Lee, and to Stacy Cooper. Thank you for your time, for allowing us over the last 3 months to have an open discussion, the opportunity to speak publicly and through correspondence, expressing our feelings and thoughts about the open space of Rolling Sands and how the community over the past 45 years, 2 generations, engage in daily activity on the property or just stop and admire the wonderful view of our distinct heritage and natural environment. Excuse me. We are a small community. However, we are a strong community. Working hand in hand with each other, staff, council, and community, we will reach and attain our goals. And our success will be measured by hard work, thoughtful planning, and respecting each other's values as we move forward for the future and the growth of Penetanguishene. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much for your comments this evening. Madam Clerk, I believe you have another member that is registered for our open forum tonight.
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship. The next registration for open forum is Irene Lau with the description of content regarding the proposed cell tower.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of council. Thank you for this time. Given that St. Anne's Roman Catholic Church has been designated an historic site in 1981 and that the Simcoe County Museum has now collected some of its archival items, our church and its history have gained broader recognition in this province and will likely attract more members and more visitors. In the minutes of the Museum and Heritage Advisory Committee of October 1st, 2023, which is included in tonight's council meeting package, Mike Maloney mentioned that the town could intervene under the Planning Act, Heritage Act, because of the obstruction of visibility of an order in close proximity to a heritage site. Andrea Betty noted that if the town had guidelines pertaining to cell tower sites, that they would probably be able to intervene. Also from staff comments in tonight's council package, it should be considered that under most development circumstances, a heritage impact assessment is required for development adjacent to a designated property such as St. Anne's Roman Catholic Church and Town Hall. The importance of these buildings and the impact on them, especially with respect to the height, given their prominence in the community, should be considered. I respectfully ask council that a heritage impact assessment be done and that the vote for the location of 17 Point Street for telecommunication be deferred until that assessment has been completed and reports back with its recommendations. Members of this council have also vocalized to Penetang residents that the decision to vote yes or no in favor or against this tower is a federal matter. That is not completely accurate. Shared Tower had Severn Township had a very similar situation that we do here in Penetang. They had no cell site tower protocol. The citizens were opposed to the location proposed by Shared Tower. The planner took this into consideration and recommended to council that they vote non-concurrent to that location by Shared Tower. The council voted non-concurrent, and Shared Tower did pick up their bat, ball, and tower and move somewhere
Well,
else.
thank you for your time, Harry.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, I
Thank you.
believe you have another participant.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, the next listed registration for open forum is Ed Sanama regarding the proposed cell tower.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for attending.
Thank you. To the councilors and mayors, thank you for allowing me to speak. It has been 6 months since I was notified about this tower. My argument always has been that St. Anne's is a sacred heritage site. It's a centerpiece of this town. Its architecture is a monument to this town, as was planned by our forefathers. It does not matter whether you're a Christian or any other denomination. This is a piece of art. St. Anne was designated as a heritage site for good reason. We get tour buses and tourists that come from all over the country to St. Anne's. No structure as a 100-foot cell tower that will reach the height of the church crosses should be allowed next to a heritage site as St. Anne's. This will be the first thing you will see when you enter town from the bay as well. If this tower is allowed to happen, then what other heritage sites will be next? You will set a precedent. The majority of citizens don't want this. The priest of St. Anne's is against this. If council feels that they need to vote yes to this tower, then a heritage assessment needs to be done. Or council could just vote no. Option 1 from staff report to vote non-concurrent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments tonight. Madam Clerk, I believe you have another participant this evening.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we do have Cheyenne Zeeler. She will be providing her open forum virtually.
Thank you. Cheyenne, the floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you to council and staff and all in attendance. My name is Cheyenne Zeerler. I'm the Senior Planning Manager here with Shared Tower to speak on the tower proposal at 17 Point Street. There is a staff report that will be discussed later. We were not able to provide a delegation for the report. However, there are some points within the report that we would like to clarify, and I will be available for questions later on during the report if given the opportunity to provide more clarity. Just in a quick review, we have been working with staff on this proposal since June of 2023. We've followed the ISED protocol for consultation and have addressed questions and comments, including health and safety, which has been addressed through the Safety Code 6, as well as the letter referenced in the staff report. The visual impacts as well. These have been addressed with a lower tower height of 25 meters, as well as shrouding. The lighting requirements have been addressed as they were confirmed by Transportation Canada that lighting is not required on the tower. And just to clarify, ISED does indicate what a letter of concurrence entails. Typically, it is based on 3 points. 1, that consultation has been completed with the Land Use Authority. 2, public consultation being completed in accordance with a protocol or the ISED protocol. And 3, questions and comments deemed relevant by ISED be addressed. So it's just important to also note that there's also a silent majority of people who do recognize that there is a need, who do not necessarily come out to these meetings when they are in favor. And really the goal of consultation is to balance the preferences of the municipality with the requirements that meet the wireless network needs. So we do ask council take into consideration some of these facts when reviewing the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Madam Clerk, I believe we have another participant.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next registration for open forum is Connie Stewart. again regarding the proposed cell tower.
Thank you. Thank you for attending this evening, Ms. Stewart. Floor is yours.
Members of council, now that the residents of Penetanguishene are aware that cell towers cause harm, I am positive that you are hoping that the Knights of Huronia have ample insurance to cover any injuries that may occur. You and the town of Penetanguishene are still liable for our well-being. This tower is being considered for no apparent reason other than financial gain. The repercussions from you potentially allowing our main attraction to be defaced will indeed go viral. Our St. Anne's Church is famous, not just in our area or country, but around the world. Jack and I live across the street from the church rectory. We witness visitors all year long stopping, getting out of their cars to take pictures, and then going up into the church. We often hear foreign languages spoken. Do you really want to go down in history for this atrocity? This is exactly what you will be remembered for. Safety Code 6 was last revised 9 years ago. I feel confident in telling you that I am a cancer survivor and have no desire to go down that road again. If you have no concern for the people or the church, maybe you do for the staff, town staff. They will be exposed to this tower 8 to 10 hours per day, 5 days a week. Will you please do what needs to be done to preserve the heritage, beauty, and of St. Anne's Church, the safety and well-being of the residents in the town of residents of the town of Penetanguishene, and your reputation by voting against this cell tower. For the record, I did not consent to this cell tower. We do not set up our residents for harm or to fail. I forgot a page, but anyway. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, I believe we have another participant for open forum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, next registration on the open forum is Claude Morrow, and the description of the speaking content is Christian heritage.
Thank you, sir. The floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Claude Morrow. Several years ago, I don't know if you remember, we have Champlain's Cross on the Tewanche site that was cut down. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. I was one of the people involved in basically bringing it back up. Just mention that because in the year 1600, Samuel de Champlain came here with the escort of the natives, basically to put the cross on that land to claim it for Christ and King. And this tower basically is going to desecrate the church just as much as cutting down that cross on Champlain Road. It was basically built, anybody that comes into Penetanguishene right away knows that, hey, this is a Christian area. They see our crosses on top of the church. You put up the tower, and Cheyenne mentioned that she already went through the Transport Canada. They did not take into consideration that many planes land on our lake. They will put a light on that tower, but regardless of the light, just that tower is going to be an eyesore. Basically, my children are Métis, as are many children in our families. And all that means is basically their great-grandparents married with Indigenous and raised Catholic Christian families. So let's preserve this site and tell this tower to find another place. We have no need for extra radio frequency waves. And I flew a drone at the exact site at 30 meters. These homes directly to the south of the church, there's 12 of them that will not get any power. From an engineering standpoint, it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Madam Clerk, do you have another participant in our open forum?
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship. One last registration for open forum, Melissa Chalms, and the description isn't here, but I have from our deputy clerk that it is regarding the proposed cell tower.
Thank you very much. Welcome this evening. Floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members, I would first like to respond to attachment number 6 of the staff report on the cell tower report. In this report, the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit stated they did systemic reviews by students. The report is summarized with the conclusion that health effects from community exposures, including cancer and electrosensitivity, have not been found to be associated with RF exposures at or below the limits imposed by Safety Code 6. I did include documents in my deputation on October 12th, specifically about electrosensitivity and cancer. So I'm supposing the health unit did not have access to these documents. I will state again that the largest cell phone study in the world, that of the National Toxicology Program of the United States government, found conclusive evidence of cancer in humanized rats. The Italian Ramazzini Institute did a follow-up study at even lower power levels that we are all exposed to every day, and found cell towers conclusively cause cancer. It is the largest animal study in the world dealing with RF. All wireless has been declared a possible 2B human carcinogen by the International Agency of Research on Cancer. So it is impossible to say definitively that RF does not cause it. I will leave information for this council on electrosensitivity, the European guidelines for treating it, 100% successful provocation study that the Dallas Environmental Health Clinic did, a functional MRI study showing the differences in the brains of humans with people with AHS, and the 2023 Auditor General petitions for Canada that include them asking for help for people with electrosensitivity. I would also like to remind you that I was diagnosed by Dr. Rena Bray, Director of the Environmental Health Clinic at Women's College Hospital. There they have an 18-month waiting list for people in Ontario who are seeking help for this condition right now. I was also diagnosed by the former president of the Occupational Environmental Medical Association of Canada.
Thank you. That's your time.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you. On behalf of our council, I want to thank everyone for taking the time to come and speak with us tonight. I think it's an important part, and it's something that this council brought forward, and we think it's important to hear from you. So thank you for sharing your comments and thoughts. Moving on, our next item on the agenda, number 7, statement from members. It's an opportunity for council to share with the public what council has been doing on your behalf. I'm going to turn to Councillor Leroux for you to share with members of the public.
Thank you, Your Worship. This evening or earlier today, we received an email from Kathy Greer announcing that she will be retiring as Executive Director of Community Reach North Simcoe, and that at the end of February, and that the new Executive Director will be Cindy Hastings. And I wish Cindy all the success in the world. And I see that Cindy is present with us here tonight. So congratulations, Cindy. Secondly, I had the pleasure of attending the flag raising for Crime Stoppers, and the statistics from this organization are staggering, and a big shout out to Crime Stoppers. And the last part is that even though we have a lack of snow and have enjoyed some phenomenal weather, there are still many events that will take place at this weekend's Winterama. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mershaw.
Thank you very much. Just a couple quick updates for me. I am the member of council that sits on the SSCA board. So that's the Severn Sound Environmental Association. We held our Q3 meeting in February. I just want to promote that there is currently a call for environmental champions. So if you know of someone or you want to be nominated, give me a nudge and I'm happy to nominate you for environmental champion. The deadline is March 8th for submission, and the ceremonies will take place on April 5th, and I got to participate last year, and it's great to see the work that people are doing from an environmental perspective for our community. And secondly, I had the honor, Miss Janice Foley from Canadian Martyrs asked me to come and be a guest judge for the grade 7 and 8 public speaking. It was an honor to be there and see the students prepare and speak publicly. So it was really great, and it was an honor to be there. And just another shout out that the Lions Club is also sponsoring on March 2nd a public speaking contest, which I will be get to be judge again. So for any of you who have kids out there, please encourage them to put a speech together and come and represent in our community, either in French or in English. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mershaw. Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be brief this evening. On January 29th, I attended a special Police Services Board meeting, and we dealt with a number of topics. One of them we'll hear a presentation later this evening from our detachment commander and our board chair. But one of the more interesting points of discussion was the Police Services Board provided feedback to town staff on the proposed ATV pilot project that the town is considering, and that is to permit ATVs on municipal roads, certain municipal roads within the community. So the Police Services Board provided comment back to staff. So that was it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mine's quick, fast, and easy. Last Friday, I had the pleasure of attending the first tapping of maple syrup season down in Ormadante. We were invited to a farm called Backwoods Maple Syrup. We were able to help them celebrate their opening. They have a brand new building, and for anybody that's ever made syrup, they have a machine there that's just out of this world. It's a brand new system, a few $1 million invested in it. They're all happy to get their new crop, and it was the earliest in Ontario that they've ever tapped. So it was a fun day.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for attending this evening. It's great to see the hall full of people interested in their town, so that's great. Secondly, I would encourage you all to attend Winterama, something for everyone. And I know that there are brochures flying around, and there's certainly all kinds of information virtually, so please do check it out and plan to attend, even if it's just for an hour. Lastly, a reminder, or I guess information reminder, that we will be there will be a public information session tomorrow, the 15th. And it is regarding 200 Main Street. We will be having some development occurring on that site, and the developers are actually providing information about the plans moving forward. The actual, there are two sessions. They are at 2 p.m. and at 6 p.m. They'll be at the Penetanguishene Memorial Community Center in the Brian Norser Hall. So I hope to see some of you at the 2 o'clock. That's where I will be. But certainly if you can't make it in the day, please plan to come at 6 to hear about what the plans are at 200 Main Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. Councillor Waters.
I have my list of stuff I did. Most of it's not too exciting for anybody. I did do the Crime Stoppers flag raising. It's a worthwhile thing for the community. Not that I went, but they have their Crime Stoppers. And the other thing I have is I was given a list and told, here are the highlights, just read. So I'm going to read. So regarding the Winterama. So we have Winterama Family Day weekend is this weekend. And this year's activities include on Friday, the Winterama kickoff and fireworks. And I believe that our mayor will be kicking that off at 6 o'clock. Be entertainment after that, and fireworks at 7, and it's at the amphitheater. Saturday, we have the Winterama Craft Show at the museum from 10 to 3 with their usual pea soup and chili. The Rotary Parade is at 11, and it has 11 p.m. here. It's not a night parade, it's 10 a.m. So I read it, but it's wrong. It should be a.m. There'll be a bunch of stuff going on down at the town dock, including a new artificial ice rink. And we were fortunate to get Fairlane Transport to bring that in for us. And there's also 3 scheduled lumberjack shows from 11:30 to 3:30. We're going to have log sawing at 12:30 at the amphitheater, polar plunge at 1, which I won't be going to. Sunday, we have a cardboard toboggan races on the toboggan hill. And there'll be arm wrestling at the Knights of Columbus with registration 11:30 to 1. And there'll be indoor kids activities at the arena from 11:30 to 3. Make sure you buy your button. You can buy them now. They're $3. You wait till the day, you're going to pay $5. That helps pay for some of the events. That's it.
Thank you so much, Councillor Waters. And for the record, the Deputy Mayor and I will be defending our championship against our municipal partners on this weekend. So we welcome everyone to attend. CO Lees, comments on behalf of the municipality.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple updates that I would share with council and the community. One is it just seems that this time of year is busy in all departments despite the lack of snow. From a public works perspective, staff across the organization continue to be kept busy kicking things off for the year. And of course, everyone's doing the snow dance for this weekend's Winterama. Second of all, we've got a number of recruitments that are currently ongoing, not only now currently as well as in the past, but there are also some planned in the future with some retirements from some very long-standing members of staff. So that ripple effect is felt across the organization, and certainly proud of the team in terms of that process and the success we have. Your Worship, that was really the two items I wanted to provide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CO Lees. I won't repeat everything that my colleagues presented tonight, but a couple things. I had the pleasure of being invited guest to Burkeville Protestant Separate School Board's meeting this past month to talk about a motion that's before us tonight. So thank you for the invite and allowing me to participate in that process. Earlier in the last month, the CEO and myself participated at the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, so the ROMA conference, where we delegated for our local museum. I think a museum's a treasure, it's a gem, and we're proud to be able to delegate to the ministry to support the community museum operating grants. So great work to Sherry and Nicole, charming us with the great work that you do, but I was proud to present at Roma on behalf of our museum. Great work to everyone down there. I participated in many of the committees that we all represent. So we did that at the county and our economic development, the Crime Stars we talked about. Couple that I'd like to highlight. In the last couple of weeks, I've been able to participate with one community volunteer and someone I think we all got to recognize is Phil DeBruin, who's done tremendous amount of work on behalf of our municipality, getting us ready for the next step of the evolution of our police service board structure. Last night, council was educated in that process. Basically what's happening is the province is disbanding our local police service board, and we're basically amalgamating all the police service boards for our OPP detachment. So we'll have one police board starting in April that services the entire OPP detachment, which would include Midland, Penetanguishene, Tiny Township, Tate Township, and Georgian Bay Township. This is a good thing, but there's a lot of work to do. And I just want to really commend the work that Phil DeBruin's done on behalf of the municipality, along with the chair from Midland, Mike Osborne. So tremendous work. But I got to participate in some meetings with Phil down in Orangeville, meeting some members of their board. So hats off to Phil for that. Recently, the deputy mayor and I and the CEO met with our heads of council for Midland, Penetanguishene, Tiny Tay, to see how we can further work and collaborate for things like the museum and things like the library and the arenas. So we know those have a lot of interest right now, and we continue to move the ball down the field on that. I also, to what Councillor Marshall was saying, had the privilege of attending Burkeville this week for their speeches. I don't know, Council, I think we're going to be worried next election because the speeches I heard were pretty phenomenal. But thanks for Burkeville for letting me be part of that process. I also want to make mention this week I was with our director, Sherry Desjardins, presenting a certificate to Marilyn Belil for the work that's done on behalf of our community for Friends of the Youth. Now, $100,000 has been raised to help support our BMX pump track up at our new park up in Martin Valley Park, and it's tremendous. And you haven't been there, check it out, but it's phenomenal work. But this is tremendous. And this work goes on years and years, right back to our skateboard park. And $100,000 is nothing small. So, I wanted to bring Marilyn here and have her up there and get pictures, and she doesn't want to be in the limelight. We wanted to get pictures when Sherry and I were there, and we were told no. But please, if you have something to donate, stop by their little booth up at Village Square Mall. They'd be happy to take your unwanted treasures, which is used for our community. So hats off. Even if you're buying, you can say an extra thank you. I know she'd really appreciate that. So thank you, Marilyn, on behalf of our community. There are more, but I won't digress. Just to give you a little flavor of what we're doing on behalf of you. All right, moving on. ADA's delegations and presentations. Tonight, we have many check presentations. I suspect some people here tonight are for checks. So let's move to that. All right, moving on. So I'm going to ask members of staff and members of council to join me. I said this last year, I'm going to say it again today. A lot of work is done by predominantly these not-for-profits and organizations in our community, and they do phenomenal work, right? Serving so many people in our communities. They do the hard work. We don't. We get to stand and get the pictures and in the paper for doing all the work, but I didn't even sign the check. Staff did that for us too. We just handed out. But honestly, the work is done by staff. It's done by everybody in all these tremendous groups. So I'm glad that we're able to celebrate you tonight and share in this. And on behalf of our community, we're able to do it. So first, we're going to start off with Big Brothers, Big Sisters of North Simcoe. There's a $2,000 community capital grant for the Big Brothers, Big Sisters of North Simcoe. And it's about the work they do with building resiliency and self-awareness through their youth mentoring programs in the community. These funds will be used to purchase capital equipment that will be utilized for the organization's outdoor events. So I'm going to ask Andrea, Councilor, if you can join me. We'll get a quick picture. I think Kelly's going to join us. We'll get a quick picture and then we'll go. Yeah, the big check. Next is Community Living Huronia Foundation. It's a $2,000 community grant. Community Living Foundation gathers resources to improve the lives of those supported by Community Living Huronia Development Support Services, focus on enhancing quality of life, access to essential needs, and initiatives which promote connection, community, and engagement. These funds will be utilized to update the bathroom at the Salke Drive Community Living Home Group Home. I'm going to ask Brian Murray and Councillor Marshall if you can join me, please. Should have left this one for you, Councillor Roux. So the next one is for Community Reach. This is a $6,500 financial request. Funds are going towards Transportation Linking Communities program. Community Reach serves residents in North Simcoe who do not have the means or access to transportation or need targeted accessible transportation, offering door-to-door transportation services to medical appointments, treatments, community services such as banks, accountants, grocery stores, and food banks for food security and social events. And tonight we have Kathy Greer and Cindy Hastings, who Councillor Roux mentioned for this presentation. I'll have Sherry, if you can join me, and Councillor Vadabon. Next is a $12,500 financial request to the Cultural Alliance in the heart of Georgian Bay. Cultural Development Coordinator Liz Kaskanen will accept this tonight. The Cultural Alliance is recognized for its community building by intentionally uniting and celebrating diverse cultures, creatives, and organizations in the heart of Georgian Bay. Funds will assist the Cultural Alliance in moving forward with the 5 pillars of the strategic plan. I know recently I was at the museum where their video series was launched, which highlighted Councillor Roux and our previous deputy mayor. So great, tremendous work's being done here. I'm going to ask Chief Renault if you can join me, and not sitting there, but I know it's Deputy Mayor LaRose. Stay here. So next is our Georgian Bay physician recruitment. It's a $10,000 financial request. Our physician recruitment helps fund our community visits, locum accommodations, relocation expenses, and the marketing efforts to ensure that North Simcoe is a top choice for physicians looking to establish a practice. I'm not sure if we had anybody here this evening, but if not, I'm going to look at possibly Dr. Beeston to come and take this on behalf of physician recruitment. And I'm going to ask Christine if you can join me, and Councillor DeRush. Next is a $2,000 community capital grant to the Midland District Lawn Bowling Club. The Midland and District Lawn Bowling Club is looking to provide healthy outdoor recreation with exercise and social interaction without regard for age, income level, gender, or ethnic origins. Funding will be used to purchase additional sets of bowls, improve communications, and improve accessibility. And tonight we have President Ross McConnell and Secretary Carol Finlayson from the Midland District Lawn Bowling Club. I'm going to look to Kelly. Yeah, give the camera to Sarah. And Councillor Waters.
Ross had to go to a grandchildren out in the grandparents. So he I get the pleasure of all my friends.
Thanks, Kelly. Next is a $2,000 community capital grant to the Penetanguishene Skating Club. This grant to provide high quality skate coaching to our area youth. The funds from the capital grant would contribute to the purchase of a new harness for jumps. And this will be received by Natasha Kapling. And I'm going to look to Sarah or Jeff, who's going to make the trek up. Jeff, come on up. And back to Councillor. Next is a $5,000 community grant to the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 68. And it'll be received by President Dave Sampson. The Legion serves veterans, including military and RCMP members and their families, promoting remembrance. The funds will contribute towards the Normandy Room renovation project. And I'll invite our clerk, Stacy Cooper, and Councillor Marshall, if you can join me. Everybody does. And finally, we have a $2,000 community grant for the Wendat Community Programs, the Lorna Tomlinson Seniors Residence, for providing affordable supportive housing for our frail seniors with care needs. Funds will contribute to some repairs to the eaves troughing on the building. And receiving this tonight will be Director of Senior Services, Zena Thompson, and Care Coordinator, Mary Wisher-Schrower. I'm sorry. And I'm going to look to Councillor Vadabonker. Andrea. Again, tremendous recognition, support for all that every group does, whether tonight you received the check or not. Without volunteerism and on the work that everyone does, our community wouldn't be as rich as it is. So maybe a big round of applause to all these groups that support our community. Okay, moving on to 8B. We have a presentation this evening from our detachment commander, Todd Pittman, and I believe our chair, Brian Cummins, is here to present our Penetanguishene Police Services Board OPP annual report for 2023. So the podium is yours, and thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, members of council and members of the public. My name is Brian Cummings, and I am the chair of the current Penetanguishene Police Service Board. This is an important evening for our board as we wrap up the 2023 year end and present the annual report from our detachment commander. This is also the last time that this current Penetanguishene board will be presenting to council. As Your Worship has already said, the new CSPA, or the Community Safety and Policing Act, will come into effect April 1st, at which time the PSB will be disbanded and the new detachment board consisting of 5 municipalities will be up and running. There will be 15 members on this new board, and I understand that preparations are well underway. This year has been a big year for us as far as the governance side of the board is concerned. First of all, our board is made up of 5 members, 2 of which are provincial delegates. We started the year down 1 provincial delegate because we had 1 resign. And unfortunately, in June of this year, our other provincial board member, Tom Lackey, passed away suddenly. Tom was passionate, committed, and extremely dedicated to the job he had as a board member, and he was sorely missed. We hosted a comprehensive board orientation day with presentations from both ministry rep and zone advisor GD Sahota and OPP superintendent Dwight Peer. I had the opportunity to attend the Association of Police Services Boards conference this year alongside with our board member, volunteer member Phil DeBruyne in May. This community has had interim detachment commanders for a while now, which makes policies and policing really hard to implement with interims. I was fortunate to sit on the interview panel with the OPP this fall, and finally, in November, a new detachment commander was chosen for the Southern Georgian Bay Detachment of the OPP. That's all I have from the governance side. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our new detachment commander, Todd Pittman. He will provide council and the members of the public with the annual report from the operations side. Welcome, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the very nice introduction. Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, Council, thanks for having me here tonight. Thanks for all those in attendance. Even if you were here for a check, I have no checks for you, only information, so I'll do my best. It's not as exciting, perhaps. I'm going to present tonight the 2023 OPP annual report. I initially started here as the interim detachment commander, actually back in May. And a bit of a long story. I think I have more than 2 minutes, Your Worship, but a bit of a long story was I only intended to come here to fill in and then to return back to my home position where I was from, which was in the headquarters. And during the interview, it came out on why do you want to stay? What makes you want to stay here? And it was, I joined the OPP some 23 years ago to work with the community to be a police officer, to make a difference. And I would like to think that's why most people join, although it is a good job nowadays. But the reality is the more you work in headquarters and do other things, you tend to get away from that. You become more involved in administration and things. And coming back felt so good. It felt like I was making a difference, and it felt like I was giving back to the community. And ultimately, that was the decision that made me stay. So I am pleased to be here. I'm happy to be serving you as a community. And I am a member actually of this community in Penetanguishene. So very happy to be here. So what's new? My update is, find my right sheet here. I could give you the update. This year in November, in 2023 in November, we launched what's called the CamSafe program. Hopefully most of you have heard of it. It's a community program that really utilizes residential home-based cameras to be the eyes and ears of the police. So just some clarification on that. No, we cannot view your cameras without your permission. It's an online database where you go and register. So you would register your address on this CamSafe website. And then if a crime happens in your area or at a neighbor's house or nearby, and we think perhaps a suspect may have driven down the street past your house, an officer would look at the database and would reach out to you and call you and say, "Hi, I'm so-and-so. I noticed that you have a camera registered. We had something occur about this date and this time. Would you be able to take a look at your camera? This is what we're looking for." And if you go, "Actually, yeah, I do have something like that," a member of the OPP or a detective, depending on the nature of the crime, would come to your house and take a look at that and use it as evidence to help us improve our clearance rates. And we're getting to get into some clearance rates after, and you'll see the need for such a program. So back before my time, we used to actually have that community watch type of program. Everything's digital now. So this is the new version of community watch. We have a lot of cameras out there, a lot of recordings. So we have launched that in Penetanguishene and our surrounding detachment area. And we are actively promoting it. As recently as 2 weeks ago, actually, we had some members that were set up in the Penetanguishene arena during some hockey games. Then we're handing out flyers on CamSafe, trying to raise community awareness and community uptick of this program. So that's one of the newest things that we've launched. My next update is on staffing. Staffing is a continual issue in, I guess, in emergency services. I think historically, police have faced a hard time, I guess more recently rather, in recruiting people and getting people to join the police service and getting people to even join fire services and paramedic services. So I am pleased to announce for the first time in a long time that our staffing numbers are improving within the OPP. Our staffing numbers, the amount of hires that we have are actually exceeding the amount of retirements. A lot of people stay in policing for a full 30 years. It's a long 30-year career, but a very rewarding one. But they have to leave at some time. So I'm happy to say that the amount of people that we're getting in are exceeding the amount of people leaving. Specifically in our detachment area, we just had three new provincial constables join our detachment. They graduated last Friday, and they are actually started this week. We have 2 EPOs, which are experienced police officers, which means that police officers have worked for another police service and have decided to patch over to the OPP. So we have 2 EPOs joining us on March the 8th. We have 2 lateral transfers, which means that these members are OPP members and joining us from another detachment area. And they are coming 1st of April. And then we have 2 more new officers that are going into the April intake down at the Ontario Police College. So with all of that addition, right now, we have 1 lateral out. Somebody's going to go somewhere else. And then we have 1 more vacancy. So really, we only had 2 vacancies in the detachment, which is quite spectacular. Our staffing levels have been the highest that they've been in actually recent years. So we're in a very good place right now with staffing, which is also very good for the community and some of the things I'm going to talk about. And lastly, we're adding 1 more sergeant to Southern Georgian Bay. So right now, we have allotments of how many positions we could have in a detachment. And there's a new model that's coming out across the province. It's no secret. It's called staffing deployment model. And the model looks at community growth, how many calls for service we're actually doing, because I could tell you calls for service are going up. We are getting busier as a community. Therefore, we need more people to respond because we need to maintain our base level services, response to the community, traffic enforcement, community involvement, showing up to initiatives, crime prevention initiatives. So with that and the increased workload, we need more people. Staffing deployment model is the model that looks at that and says, what do we realistically need for police officers to help police the community? So with that, we are getting some extra sergeant positions, and we were able to secure one sergeant position out of my available allotment early because SDM has not yet hit our detachment. They're rolling it out across the province. So we were lucky to secure one more sergeant position, which is great for us because we need the help. Technology updates. The next thing there is OMAP. So OMAP is actually called Offender Management and Apprehension Program. It was formerly what we called the Crime Abatement Program. And really the goal of OMAP is to hold offenders accountable for their release conditions and thereby reducing crime, supporting victims, and improving public safety. Right now, the focus of OMAP is for repeat violent high-risk offenders and often involve firearm offenses. OMAP will be expanded in the future to include intimate partner violence and other offense categories. So right now we're starting on it small and we're expanding it. We do have, this is no secret, I think everybody here knows, we do have violent offenders that live in our communities. We house a jail, and we also have a lot of mental health services, which doesn't mean that the people are violent, but we have a lot of mental health services from Waypoint, and then we have people coming out of Waypoint and often remain in our area. So some of the issues associated with that means that we do get higher offender management numbers than other detachment areas, which we do have. We have some of the highest offender management program numbers in all of the detachments in Central Region. So it does make it busy for us to stay on top of that. The nice thing about OMAP is it's technology-based. It indicates mandatory checks. So really, it's twofold. One, it helps us keep track of these high-risk repeat violent offenders, as well as it ensures that we are staying on top of the checks that we have to, and people don't fall through the cracks. So that's one of the newest things that have rolled out to the OPP. I've already touched on the challenges. It's not so much a challenge anymore. It is a good news story. We are getting more. And our fleet remains a bit of a challenge for us. So fleet cars we drive, the OPP right now, and it really has to do with the manufacturing industry from the automotive sector. And they're still reeling from the impacts of COVID. And they're still having a hard time keeping up with production of vehicles. So we are seeing more vehicles in dealership lots now. So we are getting more cars in the organization. But right now we're doing a one-to-one replacement. So essentially, if we have a car within the detachment that needs to be replaced, once that car is ready to go, we will get one in return. I can't say I want 5 more cars and I'll get them. It's one in, one out right now until they catch up. So that is a bit of a challenge for us. It can be a challenge too if we wreck a cruiser, if an officer is involved in a collision for some reason, and then we could be waiting some time for another one. So fleet can be a bit of a challenge for us. On to crime statistics. So these are the crime statistics specific for the town of Penetanguishene. Across the top row is this past year, 2023. So we're looking at break and enters, theft of motor vehicles, theft from motor vehicles, so not stealing the car, stealing out of the car, assaults, mischiefs, alarms, 911 calls, and pairs. If you look at our calls for service historically, they have increased within the town of Penetanguishene by 104 calls as compared to last year. It was our busiest year in the last 5 years, as you can see from the data trends. I could tell you that outside of crime specifically, this was the busiest year for our detachment in history for calls for service. So the calls for service have increased, which I'm happy to see the increase in staffing. When we look at our clearance rates for Penetanguishene, our violent crime clearance rates, you can see, are higher than our property crimes and our drug crimes. Often violent crimes, the offender is known. The reason why the clearance rates aren't, say, 100%, for example, which I think we would all like to see, is because often a victim in a violent crime may not want to proceed with charges. They may not want to participate in the prosecution. Therefore, the crime is cleared, but the offender is not charged. So it results in some lower rates. We are up in our violent crime clearance. That's a bit of a tongue twister, if I can say it correctly. From the last few years, actually, over the last 4 years, we're up, which is nice to see. Our property crimes are 15.4%, which is higher than the last 3 years. It's nice to see that it's increasing, but I want to go back to CamSafe now. A part of property crimes is they happen at night, right? People walk onto your property, they go into your shed, they'll take something out of it and they disappear or go through your car. It's hard to catch these people because they're often masked and they do things under the cover of darkness. That's the idea of the CamSafe program. We need the digital eyes and ears out there to help us find these people, catch them, and bring them before justice and increase those property crimes. So that is the challenge. I could tell you overall, those rates are coming up. We're doing a data analysis review right now, and the way that we classify things under uniform crime reporting, UCRs. So we will see those come up a bit. Our drug crimes right now are at 60%. It's hard to beat 100%. I could just say that. We've had some challenges this year, though. We had quite a few carjackings that have been happening south of us within our detachment area down in the Greater Toronto area. And actually in some of the OPP detachments south of us have been experiencing quite a few car thefts, carjackings. So what has happened is they've put together a provincial sized task force that has essentially went to address that. Some of the members from our local drug unit have went down to help deal with that. So since that time, I have been rebuilding the drug unit. So we're almost back at full staffing again. So we will see clearance rates come back up. But that is one of the causes for a dip, is because of some of the other crimes happening and the need to put resources there to address the violence that is happening. Next. So this is our crime clearance rates for the Southern Georgian Bay catchment area as a whole. So our violent crimes are at 65.5% as a whole. Again, up over, actually it's the highest clearance since 2019. Our property crimes in the detachment area as a whole are a little higher at 18.7%. And our drugs are actually lower at 44.1%, which again, as a detachment, I want to see that come up. But when you look at the last 3 years of drug clearance, even the drug clearance rates of 60% for Penetanguishene specifically are higher in this area than the detachment area as a whole. So it's an interesting thing. Collisions. So this year we have had 7 personal injury collisions. So somebody was involved in a crash, was hurt. That is Penetanguishene specific. 54 collisions resulting in property damage. Those are slightly up from 2020, 2021, and 2022. One of the things I've said several times in the Police Services Board meetings is that I've noticed, and I don't know if anybody here in the room has noticed, that it seems that driving behavior is changing a little bit out there. And patience seem to be getting a little thinner on people. And we're starting to see that in driving behavior. I could say that our number one complaint out there as a community is highway traffic act offenses, aggressive driving, people not stopping, people speeding. So that is our number one complaint, and we're starting to see some of that in our collision data as well. Next slide. And this is Southern Georgian Bay collision. So again, the whole detachment area, we're looking at 86 collisions. We had 9 fatals, 86 personal injury, and 571 property damage. So PDs or property damages are down slightly from last year, but our injuries are up as well as our fatals. So again, often directly attributed to speeds, equipment use, seatbelts, not wearing them, and driving behavior. The faster you go and you hit something, the more you get hurt generally. It's just laws of nature and physics. Next slide. Year in review. So our violations, arrests, rest hours. So when we look at our charges, our seatbelts, speeding, distracted driving, impaired, so that's what we call our big 4. Those are really the big 4 focus. Sometimes you'll see in the media that we have traffic initiatives going on the weekends, on long weekends. Often that's what we're focusing on, are the big four. And then when you look at our charges, so our charges are down overall 40.2% from 2022 to 2023. And I have the reason why that is. But when you look at our other highway traffic acts, so laying other charges outside of the big four, we're actually up 33.9%. So when you look at all the data overall, we're actually down 10.5%, which is a difference in give or take 590 some charges. I think one of the biggest contributing factors to that is how many calls for service we've had this year and how pulled the officers have been to the calls. So it wouldn't be uncommon for an officer to have 10 calls in a 12-hour shift. That's one officer, 10 calls for service within 12 hours. And some of those can be violent calls. Some of those can be break and enters, calls that require an investigation and follow-up. And then let's go into the next day, and then that resets, and then you get the same 10. But I still have to deal with a lot from the other calls because that's a part of the investigation. So because it's been one of the busiest years on record for calls for service, as a result, our traffic enforcement will go down. So as a detachment commander, I want to improve that. That's something that I'm here for, because what's the number one call for service that I said? Traffic issues, traffic complaints, speeding. So what we're doing in the detachment and what I'm putting together is a traffic enforcement team ultimately. So that team will be comprised of some of our part-time members, and then we have members that do this rotational program, and I won't get into it because it would take most of the night to explain it. But ultimately, we're going to have a bunch of officers that are available on a part-time basis at all different times through the week to purely focus on traffic enforcement. And we haven't had that in past years.
Inspector Pittman, on the threat of speeding, I'm just letting you know there's 3 minutes left.
Perfect. I didn't even know my time, so that's excellent. So let's jump to community engagement. So I want to see those numbers come up. There's a lot here. I'm not going to cover all the bullets because I won't be able to speed through them, even if I did my best to speed. I'll just say we're at a lot of community events. We're participating, we're actively engaged in our communities, and we're out there. We're involved in our schools. We're showing up at community events, and we're involved in becoming a part of them. So we can jump to the next slide. And the next one, this is more community engagement. Our patrol hours, again, our patrol hours are down compared to past years. And so I want to see those come up as well with the increased members coming to detachment. So more bodies, more ability to deal with the calls, but still be out and doing proactive work in the communities. Next slide. And our Marine program, 11 Marine trained officers. We have 4 vessels. Last year we logged 1,448.25 hours and responded to 175 calls for service. 7 operators charged with impaired and 12 served with warrant range suspensions. We are one of the only detachments around this area, actually the only detachment with a full-time Marine program. So we spend a lot of time on the water as well, which is something else that we have to staff up because we have a large water-based community. Next slide. And we were out quite a bit last year and did MSV patrols, 71 hours on the Skidoos, 46 calls. And if we keep going the way we are, I can't say it's going to be the same for this year. Next slide. And I won't get into all of this. New detachment action plan, CSP is coming in, new OPP detachment board, looking at developing our folks in the detachment, focusing on people-centered leadership, supporting their learning and development for officers because we want them to improve and do other things in their careers as well. And almost every cruiser is equipped right now with a license plate reading camera out there, which is quite impressive. So every time you go by, your plate gets read. And just a friendly public service announcement reminder, renew your VALTAGs. You still have to renew your VALTAGs because there's about 1,000 hits a day. We're not out hammering people on those, but yeah, it's something that people forget. So, and I'll end there, Your Worship, in the interest of time and not going over.
Thank you so much, Inspector Pittman. Members of council, do you have any questions for the inspector on his year-end report? Councillor Vettebunker.
Thank you, Worship. As a member of council, I do get calls from time to time about speeding, and I encourage those individuals to call the non-urgent OPP number and launch a complaint with the OPP. Could you just describe for us what happens when that call comes in? What happens with that complaint? Thank you.
Dispatcher down to the frontline member to go out and respond to that call. So if it's a traffic specifically, we do two things with that call. One is that we'll dispatch an available officer to go and conduct patrols at the time. Generally, it's a very normal thing that by the time we get there, the people are gone. That's a fair thing. But what we do in the detachment area is we have a traffic and it's called a traffic and marine report. What we do is we collect all the complaints. So historical complaints about speeding on problem streets, stop signs where people aren't stopping. I am now taking all that data from that report and sending officers out, and then they're filling in that report to say, we have conducted 3 hours of vehicle patrols here. These are the results that we came back with. One of the things that I went back to some of the municipalities and asked for is traffic data. So sometimes you could grab traffic data from devices and then that could be given to the police. Because we have finite resources, I want to do some evidence-based enforcement. So really, if your peak speed times are at 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., that's when I want to put the officers there. I don't want to send an officer out there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when you have no traffic on your road, because people are creatures of habit, generally drive the same way to work every day, and the speeders will probably speed to work every day on the same route. So we want to be there to catch those people to issue the charges. But that is some of the things that we do with that: assign, follow up, and document.
Thank you, Inspector. Any further comments, questions for the Inspector? Inspector Pittman, thank you so much for being here tonight and providing your year-end report. On behalf of this council, I can't say enough appreciation. Thanks for what you do and your officers do. I think it needs to be highlighted that, in the time of crisis, what I've been hearing from members of the public is the care and compassion that's shared by your team to members in the crisis. So thank you for all that everyone does, everything you do to keep our community safe, and I really appreciate all you've done. And I also want to say thank you to Chair Cummings for the work that you've done with this police service board and boards of the past. Like we've mentioned, we're going down a new path, but thank you for all you've done. That being said, this is the last Penetanguishene Police Service Board report. So I'm going to ask Chair Cummings, I'm going to ask Kelly Cole, who's our board secretary. I'm going to ask Jeff Lees, our board administrator. I'm going to ask you, Inspector, and Councillor Vadeboncourt. We just get a quick picture, our last year-end report, and then we'll move on. Thank you. Okay, the checks are out. We've learned about speeding, and now we're going to move on. Next is 8C. We have a presentation from the County of Simcoe. So to give a little background, moving on the agenda tonight, we have a consideration that we're going to evaluate for land to be donated to the County of Simcoe for community housing opportunities. As a council, we felt it was important that as a council and as a community, we need to understand what is this program about. So this has been something that is before us. This council deferred a motion and it'll be before us. I want to welcome tonight Rochelle Hamlin and Brad Spiewak from the County of Simcoe, who leads the program from the county. Tremendous expertise and leadership. So thank you so much for taking the time to be here tonight and for presenting this important topic for our council and our community. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. So as Mayor Rawson said, my name is Brad Spiewak. I'm the Director of Social Housing at the County of Simcoe, and I have Rochelle Hamlin with me, and Rochelle is the Program Supervisor for our development work. So Mayor Rawson asked us to give you a quick overview of this, so it shouldn't take too much time. So just a little bit of background, what we'll walk you through, a little bit of background information. We did do this call once before back in 2016, so we'll talk about that a little bit of an update on some of the SCHC, or what we call our Simcoe County Housing Corporation developments. And then I'm going to pass it over to Rochelle, who's going to walk you through how we're working the current CFP that's open. Actually, we opened it in 23, but it's going to continue to stay open until March 1st of 24, and go over some of what those important timing. And of course, we'll have some time for questions. So just a little bit of background. So Simcoe County Housing Corporation. So some of you may not know, but it is what we call the direct delivery service that the County of Simcoe provides. So we own a number of apartment buildings and houses all throughout the County of Simcoe, quite a number actually located here in the town of Penetang as well. And so the Simcoe County Housing Corporation, we're mandated to plan, fund, and manage the whole social housing system. So this is the mandated social housing system. So that includes a number of our social housing programs, our buildings, and what's kind of been coming new is also the homeless and prevention strategy. So this is something that came back in around 2014. Where at the provincial level, they mandated all the service managers have a housing and homelessness plan. So for us right now, we're actually coming up on our final year of the existing homelessness plan. And as staff, we're actually working through the next plan that we're going to be bringing forward to County Council this spring, sort of late spring, early summer, probably in the May-June timeframe. So just to kind of review what happened when we did that back in 2016, it was actually a very successful program. We reached out to all the municipalities. I believe at that time we had 6 municipalities that submitted proposals. And within those, I think there was about 11 total proposals in total, as some municipalities actually offered up more than one option. So just some of the success stories. So we did do 99 units in the town of Wasaga Beach. And we also did 41 units in Victoria Harbour. So Victoria Harbour was also a very important one to note. At the time, and certainly previously, a lot of our developments were happening in the larger municipal areas, and a number of what we would call, I think, as Mayor Ross mentioned, some of the smaller town mayors, some of the northern mayors lobbied quite heavily for some affordable housing in some of the more rural or smaller municipalities. So we actually did do a building in the township of Tay at Victoria Harbour that was very successful, and I'll be able to show you that. And currently, we also are underway at 50 units in Bradford, so down at the south end of the county. So this is what Wasaga Beach looks like. So it was at the time one of the larger single buildings. We try to pride ourselves on making sure we have a very good-looking building. It should blend with the community. We don't want it to stand out as affordable housing or social housing and have any of that stigma attached to it. We try to incorporate a fair bit of green space as well. You can see in the back that there's community gardens, playgrounds. There's even some walking trails, a toboggan hill for the kids to play on. If we had a real winter and snow, they'd be sliding down it. But we try to make sure we have a good balance of green space in addition to just what's than just the building itself. To look at Victoria Harbour, so as I mentioned, Victoria Harbour is a rather small community in the township of Tay. And you can see all around is very small single-family homes. So it's a very different development that we have there. But we were pretty lucky. You can also notice in sort of that bottom right corner is actually the Oakwood Community Center. So it actually worked out very well. We were able to put a seniors building in within walking distance to the seniors community center. And we put in the walking trails. You can see as they kind of wind through the trees past what would be the outdoor rink into the community center. So again, try to take a lot of pride in ensuring that we have a building that fits the neighborhood. And I think we did that very well in Victoria Harbour. So what do we have going on? It's I think it was mentioned earlier on. There's lots of things going on this time of year, and SCHC, and certainly at the county, we have a number of builds ongoing. So our Aurelia development is currently would be our single largest project. It's about an $80 million build. Where it's about over a 6-acre site, so it's quite large in Aurelia. We're getting real close. We got kitchens in, drywall is in, painting is done. The units are being cleaned, and we're actually going to start moving people in soon. We should have our commercial tenants starting to move in March. Our Ontario Works office is going to start operations there on Monday, March 4th. and we'll start bringing residential tenants in late April and for the most part into May. So that one's come along very well. Bradford, we're looking at that one being completed October of this year. We're at the point now where we have it's only a 4-story, but all the floors are on, the roof is on. We're getting ready to actually put the roofing membrane on and get the building, watertight, so we can get in there with drywall, steel studs, spray foam, all those things are going along. So that one's come along quite well. And at the bottom is a picture of what the Barrie build currently looks like. So this is very significant. This going forward will be I keep saying that, but this one changes every build, but this will certainly be our largest one that we've ever done. Barrie is obviously a very different market. We're in a very highly urban area where actually some of the surrounding buildings are actually quite large as well. So this one is where we have a 9-story and an 11-story, as well as at the bottom, you can see there's a whole bunch of community agencies in there. All of our new buildings, we've been putting in often childcare centers, in addition to our own government offices, community kitchens, program space for communities to use, green space, playgrounds. The difference in the Barrie one you can see there is a parking structure. That's one thing when we get into the very urban areas. We still have to deal with cars. Even we'll always look for a reduced parking ratio. Oftentimes in affordable housing, we don't need that full complement of vehicles, but certainly there's still cars there. And there's a number of staff that work there. We're over 100 staff would be working out of the Ontario Works office. It's our largest office. So that one we're hoping to get started in the next little while. In all likelihood, that one's going to be opened up in late 26, early 27, if we're able to get in the ground this year. So that one's a very ambitious one. And like I said, it takes, you can imagine, a whole lot of partners to come together at a number of different levels of government to bring all that funding together. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it over to Rochelle, who's going to walk through how we're looking at and evaluating the submissions that we're hoping to get in this spring.
Good evening. In November of 2023, an invitation went out to the local municipalities, so the 16 member municipalities in the county of Simcoe, as well as to the cities of Barrie and Orillia, inviting them to consider land donation and other development incentives to encourage the development of affordable housing in their community. And with that invitation was the CFP, so it call for proposals. So it goes through the county's procurement process. And with that is also an evaluation system so that each potential submission, or with each submission is evaluated consistently. Some of the key considerations in that evaluation would be the property size that a municipality would consider donating. So a new development to make an affordable development of affordable or more affordable, a property size of about almost 2 acres would be very helpful. It allows that 50 minimum and the adequate amount of parking and green space that Brad was speaking to. New development would require that, but redevelopment or conversion of a building would not necessarily have to be the 2 acres. It could be smaller, and that's something that could be submitted for evaluation as well. So we just wanted to point that out. And of course, it's very important for multi-residential development to have full municipal services. So that was also a very important criteria to identify from the onset in this invitation to the municipalities. So this is a whole list. Well, I won't go through it all, but from a high level, essentially, the more, I guess, development ready the parcel is, the higher it has the potential to score. But having said this, we're also looking over a 10-year horizon. So not every property has to score the highest necessarily to be considered for development in the future. And then for the municipality submitting, it's helpful to know how the criteria are being valued. And so we've identified an example at the bottom of what a value would be for cost. So I think that is one of the higher, financial implications has a higher weight. So it's very important. So if it's going to cost a lot to develop it, it may not score as high. Next slide. Thank you. So as Brad mentioned, the submission deadline was or is March 1st, so that's coming up. Following the submission, there is an evaluation committee that will be reviewing all the municipal submissions. And then that review will be going to the, want to get it right, the committee of the whole. And then, because we also have a housing corporation board, so I'm always looking to Brad for clarification on that. So it's going to the committee of the whole, and within that, it will be incorporated into the 10-year plan that I mentioned, which will be the Affordable Housing Master Plan, which will then go to County Council for endorsement, hopefully in June, which will coincide with the 10-year homelessness and housing strategy. And then hopefully it'll be ready for implementation depending on, the submissions received, starting maybe later this year and going next year. Yeah. Oh, that's an example of the Bradford bill that's currently under development that Brad was mentioning as well. If council has time now or later, we're here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Brad and Rochelle. Really appreciate you taking time to be here with us tonight. Myself and the deputy mayor get to serve on county council, so we get to see the tremendous work you do every day. Brad and Rochelle are obviously the experts. They're the leaders. They provide tremendous support and lead these projects forward. So thank you for all that you do. I'm going to turn to council. Any comments or questions for Brad or Rochelle on this proposal or program that you'd like clarification on? Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Worship. Just a couple of questions. You talked about the developments fitting in with the community, and I was just wondering, how do you go about that process? Do you consult with the community? Do you engage? Could you just describe for us what process you follow to ensure that a proposed development fits within the community?
Yeah, sure. Through you, Your Worship. So there's a couple of steps to that. So certainly at the beginning, we deal fairly close at a staff to staff level. So county staff and working with the local municipal staff to ensure what size seems to fit there. A lot of that's going to have to match anyways around with what your own zoning and planning implications are. And then from there, we usually do a little bit of back and forth, again, at the municipal level and the county level. And then once we have something we think that both municipal and county are happy with, then we actually go out and do some of our public consultations. So we usually do public information sessions. Depending on what legislated planning approvals are required, we may have to go through a number of those steps anyways. However, even if the land was zoned and we didn't need to do the formal, we would say big P planning processes that are mandated under the Planning Act, we still go out and do our information sessions and receive some of that public feedback. And that's been helpful in the past. We've certainly had recommendations come in on heights, material colors, changes to green space, connecting walking paths. So certainly a number of those types of community suggestions have come up and we've been able to implement them. Certainly landscaping is often another big one, and trees. So yeah, certainly, Rochelle, certainly depending on where certain neighbors are and how close, what can we do to ensure privacy, and how does that maybe look into someone's backyards or things like that. So I think that's kind of the major steps that we walk through.
Thank you. Any member of council, any further comments, questions? I want to thank you again, Brad and Rochelle, for being here. I really appreciate it. I just have a couple quick questions, if I may. Recently, I want to thank you Brad, for attending a recent meeting at Burkeville with our planner, Andrea Betty. So in tonight's presentation, we talked about municipally owned lands, and I know that's traditionally what would occur. And I just want for the members of the public to understand, we are looking at a potential partnership with our local school board, being Burkeville, and what that potentially could look like, but there's 30 steps to have between now and then. If those stars align and those 30 checkboxes happen, and if the school board were to say, the pledge that they would be willing to work at some sort of a swap arrangement that work for everyone, could that land be pledged in the same program? Would you just add some clarity if that could be added in this program?
Yeah, through your worship, absolutely. I think as Rochelle indicated, we can't do everything at once, and this is a 10-year plan. And we know there's going to be some municipalities, a lot of pressure, that have projects essentially much closer to shovel ready, are going to want things done right away. So if there's something like this that was Landstop working with the school board, that's going to take some time, that's okay. I think what we had indicated is if from the school board, if there was a letter of board motion stating that was the intent, what they wanted to do, and similarly, we would have a Penetang council motion that would then put that together, mirror that, that could be part of the submission. And it is some expected timing as well, so that we'd have an idea we got to get through this, but it might take 5 years to do that. And again, that's fine. This is a 10-year plan. We can't do it all at once. I think we're probably happy if there's some things that are, if you want to say in the second half of that. The other important point, I guess we could have made in the presentation is, and it was certainly asked at some other presentations that we've done, by no means is the process finished on March 1st. And we've committed to, again, because it's a longer time, like at year 5, like midway, to take stock again, see, do we need to change anything? Does anybody want to revise anything? Is there any maybe changes that have happened out with our municipal partners that maybe would switch timing around, whether that's pull things ahead or maybe push it back a couple of years? And so that engagement can continue as well. So if something was in the works, again, it's okay. It doesn't mean it won't happen if something didn't get in by perfectly clear on March 1st.
Thank you so much. And one more follow-up to Councillor Vadabunker's question. Years ago, we had a piece of property on Robert Street that was had a lot of public interest, and these chambers were packed. That property is before us again. I think the question is, and just to tug on what Councillor Vadabunker is saying, is how much community involvement can be used in the thought and the design? So let's say the county said, we want it to be a 4-story or 5-story, but the community doesn't want that. They want 3. How much real involvement does the community get to have with the design, the look, the feel, and how it affects the community? Can you just help us understand what that really looks like?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Through your worship, there's certain minimum things that the county would certainly take a firm line on. And for instance, some of that is the size of the total number of units. So again, because it's taxpayer money, and we need to ensure that the operation is stable. So our housing corporation builds work a little bit differently than maybe some other government programs. They stand on their own. We don't get additional tax money. Certainly the tax money comes in for the capital cost, but once that building is up and running, that building is self-sustaining. So the only money I have is the money for the rent I collect. And that includes for the operations and the long-term capital. So in order to do that, the building has to be a certain size. So in general, we know we're around that 50 unit mark. If we get below 50 units, to still be able to provide affordable rents and collect enough rent revenue to pay insurance and taxes and wages and utilities and elevators and roofs and all those things that are going to need replacement over the years, that's kind of the limit. So typically, if it was something the community wanted to push it down a significantly small level, that would be an issue. However, certainly on floors, if we can maintain our minimum number of units and we have a footprint that we're able to play with floors, absolutely that comes in. And then when it comes to the look and colors and facade, when it comes to those things, we're happy for that input actually. And that's, so usually what I say is we try to, and again, in trying to be competitive, a lot of times the bones of the building, the unit layouts are often similar. We've built lots of them. We know what tenants like, and we've gotten pretty good at it. And it gets more cost effective as well, as if, use the example of a McDonald's or a Tim Hortons. Like the insides are often the same for reasons, and a lot of those are economies of scale. However, the outside, we can make it look how we want to fit with the community, whatever that architecture is. And again, so if you look at our building in Collingwood, it's going to look very different than our one in Victoria Harbor. However, if you were to go inside the building and stand inside the units would look the same. And again, we can keep the costs down, spend a lot less on design and architects and engineers, and put that money into creating the building and keeping it affordable, which is obviously key.
Thanks, Brad. Everyone's talking about affordable housing, and that's the number one issue. I know when I was out campaign mode, everyone's talking about it. And Brad, you and your team, I think, are leaders in what you're doing. I'm blown away at the county with what you're bringing forward and how you're demonstrating everything you're celebrating tonight. I can't speak on behalf of the deputy mayor, but I can just say I leave every time with a wow. So thank you. I really appreciate you being here to share this with our council and our community tonight. And I look forward to us moving this forward. Thank you again. Moving on, number 9 is our adoption of the minutes not already confirmed. I have a motion that the following minutes of council meetings be confirmed and adopted as circulated for council January 10th, 2024. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Vadabunker. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Moving on, number 10 is our consent agenda. I have 2 items on the consent agenda. Any member wish to pull any for further comment or discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. I have 2, a memo from the Director of Recreation and Community Services regarding the Ontario Trillium Foundation capital grant, and 2, a memo from the Director of Recreation and Community Services regarding the County Fed Dev Tourism Grant. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marcia, seconder, Councillor Darash. Any comments or questions? Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 11 is matters for consideration. 11A, I have a motion regarding the County of Simcoe call for proposal update PL 2024-09. It's recommended that staff be directed to submit a proposal in response to the County of Simcoe's call for proposals, and that the proposal includes the following municipal properties: 161 Church Street, 151 Fox Street, 39 Burke Street, and 1484 Burnell Side Road. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Leroux, and seconded by Councillor Vadabunker. Comments and questions? Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to 161 Church Street, we see tonight that the county states that 0.8 hectares is usually what's required for construction. The property at 161 Church is 2.2 hectares. I would like to make a friendly amendment on that property that we reduce that 2.2 to 1.1. And that then a building could be built at the lower end on Church Street, and 1.1 hectares to the rear would be maintained and kept as open space.
Okay, I'm going to turn it to our CO to speak. I'm not sure if the motion clearly articulates that. I know it's in the staff report, but I'm just looking if you want to add that change in the motion to reflect that. But I'm going to turn it to the CO, who may in turn turn it to our director. CO Lees, if you can comment on that, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think for clarity purposes, given that this is going to be sent off to the county, I think if we can provide that precise amendment to the motion, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. I'll look to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, are you able to refine what Councillor Leroux was saying in a motion for us?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll look to the Director of Planning just to provide me with the exact clarity that the county would require in terms of what would be needed.
Thank you. Director Betty.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So I would think that the clarity that needs to be added to the motion is just that the property at 161 Church Street be limited in size to 1.1 hectares, and that area be the lands adjacent to Church Street, and the remaining 1.1 would be open space, as Councillor Leroux noted. So I think it's just a measurement of the area that would be donated to the county needs to be added to the motion.
Councillor Leroux, does that reflect what you'd like the motion to respond?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've added to the motion, just in clarity, in brackets beside 161 Church Street, to say specifically limited to 1.1 hectares of land adjacent to Church Street.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you remind me the mover and seconder on this motion, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have Councillor Doug Leroux as the mover and Councillor George Vadaboncourt as the seconder.
I'll look to the mover and seconder, see if it's friendly before we call for an amendment to the motion. Councillor Leroux, are you comfortable with that as a friendly?
I am, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Vadabunker.
I am.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion slightly amended with the friendly. I'll look to council. Further comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship. I thought that the presentation from the county staff was very timely tonight. They talked about community engagement, collaboration, getting input from the community. I think that's going to be very important in any of the developments that occur within Penetanguishene. These sites are essentially raw land. They're not shovel ready at this particular point. They're going to have to go through a public process to get them ready to be developed. And as was indicated, it's a competitive process. So even though these sites get submitted, they may or may not be accepted by the county. I just think it's important that the municipality also participate in any kind of public collaboration that takes place. I think as a council and as a community, we have a stake in this too. So although the county will probably lead it because it's their initiative, I think it's very important that the town be involved. And certainly we have the mechanisms, Your Worship, through a rezoning process and whatnot through formal public meetings. But I think any kind of additional community collaboration that we can initiate with the folks that live around these properties, I think would be helpful to the process. So I just wanted to make that comment. I think there's still lots of work to do. This allows us to make a submission, meet the deadline of March 1st, and then we'll see where things land. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadebunker. Any other members of council further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. So the motion, I'll read it one more time with the amendment from Councillor Leroux. It's recommended that staff be directed to submit a proposal in response to County of Simcoe's call for proposals, and that the proposal includes the following municipal properties: 161 Church Street, in brackets specifically limited to 1.1 hectares of land adjacent to Church Street, 151 Fox Street, 39 Burke Street, and 1484 Burnell Side Road. I have a mover, I have a seconder. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Moving on to 11B is board and committee appointments. I have a recommendation that council approve the following recommended mayor's appointments to Penetanguishene boards and committees: Trails Committee, Frida Baldwin, Patrick Murray, and Robert Turchart; the Wellbeing Accessibility Committee, Tracy Duval; the Penetanguishene Library Board, Kathy Larkins; the Economic Advisory Committee, Greg Develair; and the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, Sarah Scanlon. I'll look for a mover. Moved by Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Drush. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 12 is presentation, consideration reports regarding committee of the whole. Just for everyone's interest, when council concludes, we move into committee of the whole. That's where council will debate and look at issues, and then we bring them forward to ratify the decision of council. Any member of council can pull them and have second round of debate, tweak, amend, and change. So we're bringing forward, we discussed last month, and bringing it forward through that committee structure. So if you were here last time, that's what we're doing now. So in committee of the whole reports, we're going to look first to Councillor Marshall. If you can present the Transportation Environmental Services section report, please, from January 10, 2024. It's all good. I'm going to turn to Councillor Vadebunker for the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report regarding planning and development services section, please. Are you good?
My apologies, I'm usually prepared for that. We had, for items that were on consent agenda, there was matters related for adoption of engineering standard updates, supply installation maintenance as well, for driveway culvert policy, and also we talked about the RV Blackwater receiving approval, and those were the items that were brought forward for transportation and environmental services.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. So the motion is that the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report related to transportation environmental services section be approved. Moved by Councillor Marshall. I'll look for a seconder, Councillor Leroux. I'm going to ask for questions or comments from council, but our Director of Public Works has a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. The items that Madam Chair identified, I think were in the December 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting, and the items in the January 2023 meeting were the sidewalk maintenance and reconstruction plan.
Thank you, Director Murray. No, it's all good. Let's pause T&E. We're going to move to planning. So we don't have a motion. We're going to move to planning. I'm going to turn to Councillor Vadabunker for our planning report, please.
Thank you. The following are the highlights from the Planning and Community Development Services section. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor LaRue, who chaired that meeting as I joined the meeting remotely. So thank you, Councillor. Section is recommending that Council receive 4 staff update reports considered under the consent agenda. Section is recommending that Council direct staff to create an alternative notice policy for consideration, including alternatives to newspaper notices and non-statutory notices requirements for Planning Act applications. Section is also recommending that Council direct staff to prepare a public art policy for consideration at a future meeting, and that 61,000 in the streetscaping reserve be retained for uses identified in the public art policy. There were no new referrals added to the referrals list. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. I have a motion. The recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report relating to Planning and Development Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Vadabunker. A seconder? Councillor LaRue. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. I'm going to look to Councillor Drush, if you can help us with the Finance and Corporate Services section report, please.
Certainly. So the Finance and Corporate Services had one consent agenda item, and it was a memo from the Deputy Clerk regarding the Southern Georgian BOPP Detachment Board. A referral item was added to future agenda items, and it is the review of the community grant program as it relates to value and staff time spent. And so on behalf of the section, I ask that Council approve the recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Drush. I have a motion. The recommendations contained with the committee of the whole report related to Finance and Corporate Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Drush. I'll look for a seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Waters, I'll look to you for the Recreation Community Services section, please.
It's got another easy one tonight. For Recreation and Community Services, we had no matters for consideration, nothing on the consent agenda, and there's only one item on that's still on the referrals.
Thank you very much. Councillor Waters, have a recommendation that the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report related to Recreation Community Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Waters. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Marshaw, further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. And I'm going to turn to Councillor Marshaw for the committee of the whole report for January the 10th, 2024.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Brian, for making sure I was in the right month. My apologies. We had no consent agenda items. We had 3 matters for consideration. The 5-year sidewalk maintenance and restructuring plan. We had the Midland Penetanguishene Transit Agreement, which was a renewal, and that was extended. And also we had the enterprise vehicle uplift. There was an additional cost with that particular work, and no new items added to the referral agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Marshaw. I have a motion. The recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report related to Transportation Environmental Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Marshaw, seconded by Councillor LaRue. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Moving on, 13 motions of which notice has been previously been given. We have none this evening. 14 is notices of motion. Do any members of council have a notice of motion tonight? Seeing none, we're going to move on to consideration of bylaws. Before I read the bylaws, do any members wish to pull them for further comments or dialogue? Seeing none. Let me get my bearings here. Bylaw 2024-06 being a bylaw to provide for an agreement with the corporation of the town of Midland for the provision of transit operation service. Be read a first time, be deemed to read a second time, a third time, and carried. I'll look for a mover. Councillor LaRue, seconded by Councillor Vadabunker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. The mayor and deputy mayor sit at county council. Every council meeting, the deputy mayor updates the community on what's going on at the county of Simcoe. Deputy mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had a county meeting yesterday, I believe it was, and we were given a very lengthy presentation on Regulation 109 that was coming down from the province. It involves the new mechanism that the province is looking after to collect for recycling. So they're saying that the manufacturers that make the product should be responsible to pay. So this came out a little while ago, and now they're starting to bring it around to us to deal with. So everybody was on board with the manufacturers making the products being responsible for the recycling, but the province has instituted that for industrial and commercial waste that they be picked up separately. So it's kind of strange when we looked at something like our main street where the trucks would come down the road, they would pick up the recycling from the apartments, but not from the storefronts. So everybody at the county obviously has a big problem with it. So we had a rather lengthy discussion about it. So the long and short of it is the new regulations doesn't come into effect until 2026. So at the county, we've instructed staff to bring us back a report, and we're going to make a report that goes directly to the province saying we need a better system of working this out. We can't have your recycling on Tuesday and the storefront on the Thursday. It just doesn't work out. And logistically, it's bad. Money-wise, it's bad. So I just wanted to give that to council for information. So we're all over the problem. We're working on it. We got about 1.5 years to get it fixed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just to take that one step further, what that means is there will be no curbside collection for businesses in the community, period, and stop. So that's what Deputy Mayor is saying is we've got to work with the province and our partners with this because it's, I think, going backwards in time, but we'll have to find a solution moving forward. Thanks for bringing that forward today, Deputy Mayor. 17, announcements and inquiries. I'm going to look to council. Any member of council have an announcement or an inquiry? Councillor Rush.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for doing this, and I should have done this during an announcement, but it came to me just now. So the town is launching, has launched the awards for Senior of the Year Award, and those nominations will be received by the town until I believe March 29th. And so if you know of a worthy senior who does a great deal for the community, please check our website. Nominations will be received through the Recreation Department through Angel Prou, and we would be happy to have a whole bunch so that we can recognize this person during Seniors Month. We also have a youth endowment fund, and we are inviting, we're inviting youth. The endowment fund is an award of $400 that will recognize a youth in Penetanguishene, youth or groups of youth, I guess, ages up to 17, I believe, who offer services or are doing something remarkable within the town. So if you know of a group, please, again, check out the website for the Youth Endowment Fund, where you can nominate a group or a single person who should be recognized. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Councillor Drush. Any other members of council on the announcements or inquiries? Councillor Drush, sorry. LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one in regards to the Winterama, just to let everyone know that at the Penetanguishene Centennial Museum from 11 till 2, pea soup and chili will be available.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members, announcements or inquiries? I have one. I'm going to address it to the CEO. CLEs, a while ago, we brought forward a referral item to discuss and look for a report from you regarding our relationship and funding with our municipal partners regarding services like the arena and the like. And I know this is a big hot topic in our communities right now. Midland recently at their budget made some comments and made some changes to their approach. And I know I'm getting many contacts from the community members about this and how it could impact their access to services for programming within North Simcoe. It doesn't matter if it's in our community or neighboring communities. And the thing I'm getting asked is, why can't we just figure this out? Why can't we be adults and figure it out? And I think We should be able to figure it out from community to community and town to town and council to council. And I think it's a shame that we're looking at this user fee, but we are where we are. But what I want to ask you, Sealies, I know you're bringing forward a report to us. I think we need to really reach out to our community partners. I think we need dialogue, and I'm willing to participate in that process. I would suggest perhaps the deputy mayor and myself and you, we need to reach out to our neighbors and figure out how do we make this work for our community. So my inquiry to you is, what can we do to make this happen? Over and above what you're already doing with the report, can we reach out and pass the olive branch and try to get a deal that works for our community? So we're not creating barriers, we're creating opportunities.
Thank you, Your Worship. For sure, I think the short answer is yes, we can, and I think it's opportunistic now, given the timeline that council has asked for the report back from the town of Penetanguishene staff. I know I can confidently say that certainly from a staff to staff perspective, some of that dialogue has happened, and certainly there'll be lots more happening before we finalize our report. But I think to engage our heads of council and perhaps deputy mayors as well, I don't think would be a bad idea, particularly given the various changes or proposed changes that have occurred across North Simcoe and certainly involved other politicians. So short answer is yes, I think that easily could be accomplished, and it would complement our plan that is already in place to engage municipally at a staff level.
Thank you, Sealies. Can we leave that with you, or are you looking for council motions, or can we leave that with you to help lead that process for us?
Through Your Worship, the direction or the comment and the direction here is fine by me. I don't need it built into a motion.
Thank you, Sealies. For the further announcements required from council. All right, moving on. Number 18 is our confirmation bylaw. I have a motion that the confirmation bylaw 2024-07 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Marshall, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Further comments? Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. We look for a motion to adjourn by Councillor Roux at 8:56 p.m. Seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. We're going to take 10-minute Good evening, everyone. We're going to get started with our committee of the whole meeting. All right, I'm going to call our committee of the whole meeting to order for Wednesday, February 14th, 2024 at 9:09 p.m. I have a motion, number 2, approval of the agenda. It's recommended that the committee of the whole agenda for February the 14th, 2024 be approved as presented. A mover, Councillor Waters. Seconder, Councillor Marchand. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 3 is a declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members of council have any declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, if you're opposed with that at the time, please let us know. Number 4 is presentations and delegations for all sections. Our first one is a presentation from Tim Welch and Leah Bennett Cook regarding our Penetanguishene Affordable and Sustainable Housing Community Improvement Plan. It's a virtual presentation. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. How are you this evening?
Good, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for being here to present with us tonight. And just to set the stage, we welcome your presentation. It is limited to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Leah's going to be pulling up the presentation, I believe, to share on screen. Okay, I think councillors and the public can see that, I'm hoping.
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so thanks very much. We're here to talk about the work our firm's been undertaking with in collaboration with NPG Planning Solutions about the creation of affordable and sustainable housing community improvement plan, or sometimes the phrase CIP for short. And this is one of a number of ways to try to help meet affordable housing needs in the community. We heard earlier, obviously, from the county of Simcoe of initiatives they're undertaking, but there are many approaches. Next slide. So the purpose of the project is to prepare a CIP to help facilitate and encourage the development of affordable and sustainable housing, and to try and have a variety of housing options available for members in the community, both for now and in future years. There's also part of the goal of the CIP is to complement the target of the town to have a climate change action plan to reduce emissions by 6%. Next slide. So just a snapshot of some of the housing needs assessment work we carried out in the previous number of months about when we talk about affordable and average rents in the Midland Penetanguishene area, it's almost $11.50 a month. And over the previous 2 years, that was almost a 25% increase in the average rents in the area. When we look at people who are and households who are renting right now and look at their incomes, we see that an average renter household can afford about $179,000 purchase price, which of course doesn't realistically exist in the market, with the average resale price of well over $600,000 in the north part of Simcoe County. We looked at affordability. So an average renter household based on their income, can afford about $1,200 for rent. But when we looked at some of the units that are for rent right now in the market or in the last few months, it's significantly higher than that, $1,800 to $2,500 for 2-bedroom rents that were currently advertised. And the purchase prices, again, are significantly above what the average renter household could afford. Next slide. So we had a housing needs assessment, overview of what other municipalities have been doing in other parts of the province. We had good levels of consultation, both with key stakeholder interviews, as well as we had 2 open houses in the late fall that we had a number of members of council and members of the public attend. So that was great to get that input. And we've been working on the draft now of what council will consider for an affordable and sustainable housing community improvement plan. Next slide. We'll just talk about some of the proposed actions or proposed aspects of the CIP. One of the key things that can help improve the affordability is through reduction in the property taxes that are paid for a number of years. Often it's through a program called a tax increment equivalent grant program. that for the first number of years will not, if there's a piece of vacant land and it's just paying a few $1,000s in property taxes, vacant land, that won't go up for the first 11 years of what is the proposal that we're presenting before council and for the public this evening. And then over the next 5 years, it will go up so that gradually phase in, so that eventually the municipality, the town, will be collecting property tax revenue. But that initial break on the property tax helps a lot in terms of the affordability. Be looking for proponents who are looking to take advantage of this, is to commit providing at least 5 affordable housing units, or at least 10% of the units within the residential development would be affordable, whichever is greater. Next slide. And another key part that the town can consider to encourage more affordable housing is a reduction in the payment of municipal planning and building permit fees. So we would look at 100% of those fees to be not required by eligible affordable housing developments. But to be clear, this does not include the deposits that town collects pursuant to municipal cost policies to cover peer reviews when you have to get outside engineering consultants, for example, related to the application approval. Next slide. We were also looking at a repair program for affordable housing. If there are critical health and safety issues that need to be undertaken to make sure that stock can continue to serve the community as rental housing. We've got looking at a recommendation of a maximum grant of up to $15,000 per unit in funding for repair or renovation. And if the building is a heritage, a property designated under the Ontario Heritage Act, a little bit more of that, up to $25,000 per unit. Again, we're looking at a program that would be limited to affordable rental housing with 5 units or more in that. And that often complements affordable housing programs that are delivered by the federal government through Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Next slide. It was important to have some sustainability features in that. So we're looking at to have a repair or upgrade of the energy efficiency, a grant of up to $25,000. And once again, if there's a designation under the Ontario Heritage Act, to a maximum grant of $35,000. So this is targeted to moderate income households who are at or below the median income. That could be a grant. And if it's a household with a median income above that, above median household income, it would be a repayable loan. The applicants, to determine those energy efficiency measures, would be required to complete a home energy assessment by a registered professional. Lots of firms who conduct energy modeling to identify the recommendations that would have significant improvements to the energy efficiency of their homes. Next slide. We are also looking at making recommendations for grants to cover a portion of some of the feasibility studies, sometimes for nonprofit groups and small scale private developers who will be looking to create affordable housing. There are a lot of initial studies. And so this is to encourage them to cover a portion of those costs up to a maximum of $10,000. And again, we've got the same requirements for 5 units, at least 5 units or more, or at least 10% of the housing being affordable. We recognize that there is limited amount of funds through the town's reserve fund. And so this would be limited to a maximum of 5 applications per year. Next slide. We also are recommending an additional dwelling unit program, which is good for both sustainability, small scale intensification of the existing housing stock that already exists in the town, and for a grant of up to maximum of $10,000 per unit for affordable rents, or $20,000 per property if there's 2 additional units added. That they're also looking at for units that are over and above that are above average rents, that are above the definitions of affordable rents. There could be also a grant of $5,000 per unit. And again, that is to encourage that more sustainable approach to growth within the existing developed part of the town. Next slide. surplus land program. Obviously, that's been discussed in a different way earlier this evening about trying to prioritize the use of surplus lands, municipally owned surplus lands for the provision of affordable housing. Some sites are not appropriate for residential use. And if it's not to have, if there are sales of those lands for other purposes, to have some of that, to have the funds from that land go into reserve fund to fund the other CIP program incentives. Next slide. And just to highlight the urban area of the town, as opposed to the rural part of the town, to concentrate the incentives where you are looking to add new affordable units and add accessory dwelling units in the area that already has servicing, municipal servicing, in the I'll say peach colored portion that's identified in the slide. Next slide. So with the to wrap up for next steps, that following the council ratification, to take the draft CIP has to go through a statutory public meeting, and that will be we're hoping that will happen on April 10th. And once we have the feedback from council and the public, then a final CIP program will be prepared and presented to council and committee of the whole later this spring. Perhaps it will to finalize and maybe early summer for final approval. Again, this is to try and help set the table and encourage both not-for-profit organizations as well as private sector developers to help create affordable housing in the town. Next slide. So thank you very much. And Lee and I are open for questions or comments from council.
Thank you so much for your presentation this evening. I'm going to look to the members of council for any comments or questions. Councillor Vadebunker.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the presentation. The question has to do with grants that might be available from other levels of government. Would this program, could that be stacked with other grants to further incentivize affordable housing?
Yes, that and quite frankly, the affordable housing that's created in most places in Ontario and Canada this year usually has a stacking of programs, because the costs of construction have gone up so much over the last number of years. You need a variety of funding sources to make a project financially viable when you are charging affordable rents.
And
thank you. I was just wondering if that's, oh, pardon me.
Sorry, I was just going to add that specifically the county of Simcoe has programs around additional dwelling units that we've designed. So the ADU program in particular for the affordable units would be stackable with their program and is meant to be run in parallel.
Thank you. Supplementary, Your Worship, I think it might be helpful when this goes to a public meeting, is that maybe there might be some information on that in terms of what opportunities might exist to stack grants that might be available from higher levels of government, like the example you just provided from the county and maybe the province or the feds. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other members of council, comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for participating and bringing this forward to our attention tonight. And I know there's reports coming to us in the near future from our planner. Thank you. Moving on, 4B, we have a delegation from Marlene Marchadon regarding 17 Point Street proposed cell tower. I'll invite you to the podium. Again, it's a 10-minute delegation. And as we previously discussed, I'll give you the 2-minute countdown when you're there. The floor is yours. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Is this on?
Our staff will turn on. Yep.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My intention is to deliver information to the council and the public about the proposed erection of cell tower on 17 Point Street, as well as express the desire of the citizens of Penetanguishene to the best of my ability. Since learning about the tower erection proposal, a group of individuals have collected over 1,600 petitions opposing the tower. We ask that you make your decision based on the feedbacks of the taxpayers. That equates to over half of the voting population. When canvassing the entire town, not one person said they wish they had a better cell phone signal. It should be considered that there is scientific evidence proving people with implants, cardiac pacemakers, hearing aids, which have metal inserted into their heads, will have an adverse reaction to EMFs. Currently, there is a request to the government through the Radiation Protection of Health Canada. They are asking that Safety Code 6 be revised. And there are many petitions submitted to the Office of the Auditor General across Canada and every province requesting revisions be made to Safety Code 6. I strongly advise that the town of Penetang vote non-concurrent for this proposed tower and no other tower proposals until there's a protocol put in place, allowing the public to add input to the proposed protocol location. There are millions of documented cases of EMF sensitive individuals within Canada. Many of the people have been teachers, scientists, airline pilots, which make up for a lot of very important professionals and had a lot to offer to their country, but no longer can due to their sensitivity. Please take notice, 18 teachers in North York refused to work amid cell phone tower radiation. The towers, like the one shared tower, is wanting to erect on 17 Point Street and within the same proximity to surrounding homes and buildings. Their symptoms include, but aren't limited to, dizziness, headaches, constant nerve pain, tinnitus, lethargy. We as Canadians have the right to a safe and sane environment in which we work and live. Cell towers, antennas, and 5G devices have an ongoing compliance and obligations and need to meet the Canadian radio frequency exposure, and has a specific guideline as to how close it can be to buildings and homes. St. Joseph's School is one of concern as the children are as young as 4 years old going into their first year of school. They do not have the choice to remove themselves from an EMF environment, nor can they articulate that the environment in which they are in daily is the reason they feel unwell, and they are being brought to the school for 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. So therefore, we need to look at the proximity of 17 Point Street location, as it is too close to the church, retirement homes, schools, houses, which includes rental units. Health Code Safety Code says, internationally, a few jurisdictions, cities, provinces, or countries have applied more restrictive limits for radio frequency. We agree with the World Health Organization that additional research in this area is warranted regarding high-frequency EMF exposure from cell towers. You will notice if you read the Safety Code 6 on your own time, because it's massive, Safety Code 6 does not use words like certainty, definitive, or guarantee. That is because there are far too many variables involved that they cannot make those claims. Safety Code 6 fails to mention the effects of EMF on pregnant women and their unborn fetus. If you're relying on the government to protect us, let me prove to you in the past it was proven where the government has done more harm than good. Take, for instance, the miners in Timmins when one woman, Janice Martel, took on the immense job of proving that 600 and more miners were very sick, but they deceased, so they couldn't be part of the study, some of them, very sick from what's called the McIntyre Project, where they were sprayed with aluminum dust to protect their lungs from the dust of the mining, which was the exact opposite of what they were trying to actually stop from happening. The miners developed Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease, and cancer. The government has admitted to wrongdoing and apologized and compensated these workers. Another incident of wrongdoing and fault proven the government has let us down in their guidelines is the Walkerton water tragedy. Government officials admit now to their false information, weak guidelines, and wrongdoing to the people in Walkerton for what caused their ill health from E. coli infected water, where 7 people died and 2,300 were sick. So what does this mean? The residents trusted the local government for their well-being and federal. So therefore, the shared tower not following their own protocol. If council votes concurrent, they're being negligent because they knew that the boxes weren't checked by shared tower. I will show you how shared tower failed to execute the plan to properly inform the community. They are supposed to mail information to all surrounding homes and businesses, which includes schools and residents. Residents, meaning people that rent as well. Georgian Bay Residential Center, including rental buildings within 294 feet circumference of the tower. All people say they were not notified in the time frame allowing for response. So that's important to remember, allowing for the time to respond. informing the public as to the specific dimensions in which the increase is 25% height over time and the coverage of a signal, which is misleading. We've heard 25 meters and 30 meters. So again, it's misleading. They were supposed to host a public question and answer meeting. Please do not include the October 14th meeting at Brian Orser Hall as a Q&A, as the public were not told or were told repeatedly the shared tower representative did not have to answer. It was not open for debate. They did not post signage as to what's to come. If anyone told you that they needed better cell phone signal for fire ambulance, this is completely not true. Any charged phone with power needs to be with no provider, no SIM card. It'll still be able to receive emergency info and make a 911 call. I confirmed this today with Bell Mobility and tried it on my phone, and that's the case. I would like to add injuries from electromagnetic radiation from cell towers is not covered by insurance. Insurance underwriters will not cover other insurance companies either. So there's no, blanket insurance. This knowledge is important to know if anyone involved in the decision-making for cell tower proposal on 17 Point Street. I had the opportunity to speak to Steve Roboletto, I hope I'm saying that right, the Vice President of the Simcoe District Health Unit, regarding his contribution to the reporting, and he said under no circumstance did he say he was recommending erecting the cell tower, and that the onus is on the council members to decide what is best for their people that are affected by the placement of the tower, as there are too many variables involved for him to comment on that, and they need to take this into consideration, the surrounding area. Note, so please take note that St. Anne's Church was built in the late 1800s, and we have generational parishioners that attend the church and host celebrations of all sorts, which include weddings, baptismals, and celebrations of life. It is fair to say that this is the one and only attraction that we as citizens can say we are proud to have open to the public, and people travel far and wide to see. In addition to this, it serves as a beacon and sets the look of our skyline to the historic town. The fact that town council would even entertain this idea of erecting an upwards of 200-foot cell tower directly behind our church is a travesty and will degrade the heritage and long storied history of our ancestors that worked very hard to build. And I know, from building, just a side note, I hope there's time, a lot of steel erectors, crane operators, and they take a lot of pride in the buildings they've constructed over the years of their career. So we've got people that are long past gone, but grandchildren and
2 minutes left.
Nieces and nephews that are proud of what their ancestors built. I'd like to take notice of the other communities that fought proposed towers in their town, like Arnprior, Severn Township, Meaford, and they succeeded, along with Clearview, Bracebridge, and Dyer Spray, that are all doing the cell tower fight of their own. All with the same complaint that the tower was far too close to residents and businesses, except for we have our church as well. You were elected to represent the interests of your constituents, and your constituents have resoundingly spoken the message clear they don't want the tower. I conclude with a further message, one on caution that the short-term financial gain will lead to a legacy of pain for all, the potential years of litigation and torment for whomever supported voted for this disgraceful tower. Please note that we are only trying to help you make the decision best serves the citizens' wants and desires.
Thank you for your delegation. Any members of council have any comments or questions? That's all good. There's no comments or questions. Thank you so much. Moving on, council. Number 5 is our council information package. Before I read the motion, do any members wish to pull anything from the council information package for January 24th, 2024 or February the 7th, 2024? Councillor DeRush.
Yes, I would like to pull from the February 7th package, item 3E, Culture Alliance Strategic Plan in terms of reference.
Floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Cultural Alliance in the heart of Georgian Bay, a revised terms of reference is being presented for consideration by North Simcoe councils. These have already been approved by councils from the town of Midland and the township of Tiny. In 2019, the councils of Bow Slave First Nation, the towns of Midland and Penetanguishene, the townships of Tay and Tiny each approved the creation of a joint culture committee to serve all 5 communities, and each committed $10,000 for a trial period of 1 year. Terms of reference were developed and approved by all 5 councils that year. While launched as a one-year pilot, the Cultural Alliance has continued to grow and develop. The Cultural Alliance's main projects since inception include many, many wonderful projects, and we see these every month as we through our information packages. When the Cultural Alliance was originally formed, the town of Midland allocated a staff resource as an additional contribution to the joint venture. In 2022, the Cultural Alliance hired a part-time staff of 20 hours a week, allowing their projects to further expand and grow. The Cultural Alliance has become an established committee providing value to each of the councils and communities. The Cultural Alliance has made an impressive impact on community building by strengthening collaborations while highlighting, educating, sharing, and delivering programming to support cultural growth and development in the region. The Cultural Alliance's term of reference have been updated to reflect that this is no longer a pilot project, as well as additional changes to reflect the evolution of the committee. Because of all of these reasons, I'd like to move that the town of Penetanguishene approve Cultural Alliance's terms of reference to reflect the current standing of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. What we'll do is we'll pull that one out separate and make your move on that. Do any other members have any other items you want to pull from the CIP? Okay, I want to pull out as well 3 items, 4A, 4B, and 4C out of February 7th. So we'll pull those 4 items out. We'll have separate motions. We'll do them all separately. So we have a motion that the council information packages dated January 24th, 2024 and February 7th, 2024 have been given due consideration to be received for information minus the 3E, 4A, 4B, 4C from February 7th, which myself and Councillor Drush will speak to. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Roux, seconder, Deputy Mayor. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Rush, I'll look to you for your motion on your item, and then we'll call that, and then we'll move on.
Certainly, thank you. So I'd like to move that the town of Penetanguishene approve Cultural Alliance's the Cultural Alliance in the heart of Georgian Bay's terms of reference to reflect the current standing of the committee.
Okay, we have a mover on that item, a seconder. Councillor Leroux, further comments or questions on that motion? Madam Clerk, is that clear? Further comments, questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to the February 7, 2024. I want to speak to 3 items, 4A, 4B, and 4C. I'm going to start with 4A. My ask of our council is that next council meeting we can bring forward this motion, and I might see if the Chief Renaud would like to speak to this. Prince Edward County provided a resolution that speaks to fire apparatuses and the need for a replacement schedule for fire apparatuses. And as we know, this equipment is very expensive, and we need to replace them on a time schedule that's defined in the legislation at 20 years. And some smaller rural communities saying we have no miles on our fire apparatuses, but we have to replace it because it hit that time limit. And what the Prince Edward County is saying is they're saying, if it meets all of the certification requirements, why are we going out and spend another $500,000 if it's safe to use in our community? And they're asking the province to look at amending the legislation, says if we're in a rural community, meets needs of the community, and it's appropriate, that we can keep using our fire apparatus. So I'd like to endorse that motion. I'd like to bring that forward and support that. I don't know if Chief Renaud, if you have comments on this, but I'd like to see if as council we can bring that forward and support that at our next council meeting. Councilor Renaud, any comments? I want to hold you on the spot here, but any comments on this motion? Any risk that you see to our municipality?
Through you, Your Worship, to council, the legislation or the 20-year mark is for secondary response vehicles. First response vehicles are supposed to be replaced at 15 years. They are correct in their motion in the sense that a lot of the vehicles, especially in municipalities that don't run as often, have little mileage to it. This number was put forth by the Fire Underwriters Survey, which affects not only fire insurance for residents, but also for the municipality. The replacement of vehicles does seem premature in the sense that they are well maintained, especially if they are well maintained and they are checked. Basically, what they're coming down to is they're looking at the manufacturer's warranties and saying after 20 years, there's enough progress in technology and we can't warrant or find the parts for them. So, and that's what kind of pushes that forward, right? So I don't see any challenges to you supporting this.
Thank you so much, Chief Renaud. Madam Clerk, I don't think it's appropriate to vote on that motion tonight. Is it appropriate that we're bringing that forward at a future council debate at that time? Is that how you'd recommend we bring this forward?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just simply with your direction, we can include those motions for consideration in the next meeting. It can be council or committee of the whole, whichever is the preference of council.
Perfect. Council comfortable bringing that forward to a future council meeting? I'm seeing nothing. So with that, we'll just add that as consent at the end, Madam Clerk. Thank you so much. Thanks, Council. Second item is 4B, and it's a similar resolution from Greater Madawaska. And I might turn to the fire chief again. When we went through council orientation, I was left with an impression from our previous chief that years ago, it wouldn't be unknown that a recruitment to the local fire department would have a career of 20 years. And now we're learning that our local firefighters' career might be 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. And, you know, I look at our building collapse on the main street. Without the support of our emergency services and Chief Renaud, you and your team, I don't know what we would have done. So this motion from Greater Madawaska speaks to a resolution supporting an income tax credit for volunteer firefighters to increase the limit from $3,000 to $10,000. And I think it's a small little incentive that we're asking for to support our volunteers. I'd like us as a municipality to support our local volunteer firefighters. So I suspect, Chief Renaud, again, you would support this. I don't see you as any risk to this to your department, and it might help with recruitment challenges. Council, do you have any issues, concerns? We'll bring this forward at a future council. Okay, Madam Clerk, you good with that? Thank you so much. Next item is item 4C. It's a recommendation from the Orangeville Police Services Board and Orangeville, and it's regarding intimate partner violence. And we heard from our detachment commander tonight. We've heard our recent Police Services Board. This is becoming a crisis, and we can't accept it. I want to bring this motion forward, Council, that our council would adopt this. I know we're going to bring it forward at a future PSB as well. So, Madam Clerk, we'll bring it forward at a future council meeting. I'm sure council is comfortable with that as well. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, I guess to tie this up, we're looking for 3E. We've done so 4A, 4B, 4C. We'll move those together as one item with the CIP. Okay. So we'll look for a mover on that, please. Moved by Councillor Roux, second by Councillor Vadabunker. For the comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Just for members of public, just if you're not sure what just happened, we get all kinds of correspondence all the time. Letters from public, petitions. That was on our council information package. So there's all the information comes back and forth. We read it all. We may not speak to it like I just did, but tonight, you know, Councillor DeRush brought one forward. I brought one forward about we want to act on it as next steps. So just in you're up to speed what we're doing. Moving on, 6A is Transportation Environmental Services section. I'm going to stop talking and pass it to Councillor Marchand.
Thank you, and I am prepared on the right meeting for this evening. So for Transportation and Environmental Services section, Section A, Consent Agenda, we have 2 items. The recommended action is that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. The first one is the Midland Penetanguishene Transit Committee minutes dated September 12th, 2023. And the second item is the Penetanguishene Transit Ridership Quarterly Q4 update for 2023, RDS-2024-04. Can I get a mover? Councillor DeRush, second. Councillor Waters, any questions or comment with regards to those consent agenda items? The only thing I would maybe highlight is that you'll see that on the Q4 report for transit ridership, that since we have started the free seniors program, 154 cards have been issued to seniors in our community. And I think that is really great to see. There was lots of encouragement to make sure that we're treating our seniors equally across Penetanguishene and Midland as it related to transit. And it's really great to see that there's been a positive uptake. So really happy to see that in that report. If there's no further questions, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next, for matters for consideration, we have 2 matters this evening. The first one being a proposed amendment to the Traffic Parking Bylaw 2022-02, RDS 2024-05. It's recommended that council approve the proposed amendment to the traffic parking bylaw 2022-02 as outlined within the staff report, and that staff be directed to bring forward a bylaw for council approval. Just high level within the report, it's located on pages 41 to 45 in your package. So we did receive a request from CCNC in December asking to review the traffic parking bylaw for their particular area, specifically with amendments around Schedule N, which is fire routes, and Schedule O with regards to disabled persons parking. Some changes were made in July, which were approved through council, and these changes are being proposed, are within the bylaws and within our ability to do that. Brian, is there anything else that we want to add with regards to that particular report?
Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Okay, can I get a motion to Deputy LaRose, second? Councillor Waters, any other questions by council with regards to the report as it's presented? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor? Motion carried. The second item on the agenda under matters for consideration is drainage easement at 45 Edward Street. So it's engineering ENG-2024-01. It's recommended that council approve the acquisition of a section of 4.3 meters drainage easement across 45 Edward to address the drainage ditch encroachment, and that staff bring forward an easement agreement and bylaw for council approval. Report is located within your packages, pages 46 to 49. Report is providing two options to address the easement issue at 45 Edward Street, which is the location of the Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center, and specifically related to the Garden of Hope, which is just immediately behind on the property of where the Home for Hope is. During construction, it was noted that drainage was in place in terms of the easement. Some work has been done on the Garden of Hope, and staff is recommending option 2 in the report, which is to add a secondary drainage easement, that the town would incur the cost of $7,000 for this. The town will ensure that this will ensure that we, as the town, have continued access to ensure that there's no issues with drainage, because our large water retention pond is just located next to that area. Brian, anything else to add with regards to that report?
Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Look, I'm making up for what I didn't do earlier. Could I get a mover for that? Councillor Darash, seconder, Councillor Bedevancourt. Any questions by council with regards to the report and recommendation? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Section C, referral to upcoming for staff. So referral items that the Transportation Environmental Service section endorsed the following additional and existing referral to upcoming agenda and staff. So we have the traffic calming measures on road and sidewalks within priorities of streets with no sidewalks. That is scheduled to be brought forward the first quarter of this year, 2024. The second item is natural science and engineering research, again, looking to be brought forward in Q2 of 2024. Is there any additional items to be added in this section? Can I get a mover for this, please? Deputy LaRose, seconded Councillor Waters. Is this where I asked to add anything, or no, nothing to be added, no additional comments? All those in call for the vote. Motion carried. And any questions from the media and public with regards to this section? Seeing none, I will turn the chair back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Marshall. Moving on to section B, 7B, Recreation Community Services. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Waters.
Thank you. For Recreation Community Services, tonight we have 4 items on our consent agenda. And the motion reads that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. And the first being the fee waiver request from 2023. That it's item number RCS 2024-1. Second item is an age-friendly community plan, and it's item RCS-2024-2. Third one is the Penetanguishene Library board minutes dated December 11th, 2023. And the last one would be the Well-being and Accessibility Committee minutes dated December 14th. So anybody like to pull any of those items? Anita.
I actually would just like to comment on the age-friendly community plan. This plan has been in place for a few years, and the stewards of that plan is the Wellbeing and Accessibility Committee. And they are outstanding volunteers who dedicate a couple of hours well, more than that, every couple of months. They do quite a bit of work on behalf of the municipality. And I really want to do a shout out to them, because you'll notice that there are already quite a few items that are being ticked away. We're picking away at it, and we're really progressing well with the work that needs to be done. So hats off to these fabulous volunteers who undoubtedly will really make a dent into this based on the amount of energy and enthusiasm they have to get some things rolled out. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? And I guess we'll ask for a mover to receive these 4 items for information then. And we have Councillor Benita and Councillor Marshall. And call for the vote. All in favor? And we pass. Next, we have our matters for consideration, and tonight there are none. And we'll move on to referrals. And in referrals, there are no new referrals. We have one existing referral that the recreation, I'll read the motion that the Recreation and Community Service section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to the upcoming agenda and staff. And the one and only one we have is options for an accessibility mat at municipal beaches and provide options and costs for providing an accessible mat on municipal beaches. Anybody like to add or remove anything? Then we will, I guess we need a mover and a seconder. So Councillor Benita again and Suzanne. And all in favor? And that passes. And last, we have questions from the media and public. And there are none. And we go back to the mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waters. Moving on to 8, Section C, Planning Community Development Services section. I'm going to turn it to you, Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Worship. I've been coughing a bit tonight, you may have noticed, and I've got a little bit of a chest infection and my medication is wearing off here. So I'm going to try to get through this without getting into a coughing spasm. So bear with me. I do have a half full water bottle, so we'll do what we can. So planning community development section, we have 3 items in the consent agenda. We have a memo from our planner dealing with the community planning, community improvement plan annual update. We have a memo from the Director of Planning and Community Development pertaining to the animal control contract 2024 to 2027. And we have a memo from the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer providing us the activity report for the month of January 2024. Does anybody have any comments or would like any of these items pulled for discussion this evening? Seeing none, I'll read the recommended action and I'll look for a mover and seconder. That the following consent agenda items having been given due consideration be received for information, and I've already read them out. May I have a mover, please? Yes, thank you, Councillor Roux. Seconder, Councillor Waters. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We have 2 matters for consideration. The first matter is the request for municipal concurrence pertaining to a cell tower at 17 Point Street. The recommended action is that option number blank be approved. There is a staff report in our agenda package. The director has summarized, the events that have taken place over the last several months, provided a chronology, has included responses to the public questions that were either provided through email or were raised at the October public session. We heard earlier from a representative of the company that's providing the tower, or proposing the tower, I should say, in terms of how some of those comments were addressed. Madam Director, did you have anything further to add to the information that's in the agenda package?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No, I don't have anything necessarily to add. I would note that there was some addendums added to the agenda after it was published on Friday. There was a letter by Shared Tower answering some of the questions that were also raised, as well as some more public comments received that was updated.
You snuck in and turned that off on me there. So thank you, Madam Director. So are there any questions or comments by members of council on this matter? Councillor Duraj.
Thank you very much. I feel strongly that the location is inappropriate for this tower, and I would like to propose that option 1 be approved, and that would be that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene does not provide concurrence for the telecommunication tower proposed at 17 Point Street by Shared Tower, and that a copy of Council's decision be provided to Industry, Science and Economic Development Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Madam Clerk, from a procedure standpoint, is that the best way? We have a councillor who's put forward a motion as chair. Do I seek a seconder and then call for the vote on that? Is that the best way to proceed? I appreciate any advice you could provide.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, the options are there in the report. That we left the recommendation open so that the options could be used, or something different could be used if so council desired. But certainly the fact that Councillor Duraj has actually moved option 1 and read that, I see that as moving that motion, and she would require a seconder and a vote.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So that is option 1, and in the report, there was an option 2 as well. That's there. So, Councillor, you've put motion forward. Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Marchand. So the motion is on the floor. Any questions or comments on that motion? Yes, Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I basically have nothing opposed or against cell towers or their need or their uses, but I do have a problem with the proposed location, so I will also be supporting non-concurrence.
Any comments or questions? I have a comment, and I made a comment at the October public meeting, and some of you were there. Members of the audience were there. I know members of council were there, and you would have heard that I've had experience in terms of seeing 2 of these types of towers constructed in a municipality. And there was a lot of information presented at that meeting in October that was somewhat contradictory in terms of the health effects. There were some that were saying that there are significant health effects. I think we heard some passionate comments made at that meeting in October. We've heard some of that again this evening. And my comment at that meeting was that I was hearing 2 different points of view, and I was very interested in hearing an objective point of view. And I was really pleased to see Dr. Revelato's letter as part of the package, because I look at Dr. Revelato from the Simcoe County or Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit as kind of an impartial person who is their Vice President of Environmental. Let me just get his title here. What was it to do? No. Anyways, Dr. Revelato is a well-respected individual that works for the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit. So I was really appreciative to see his analysis of the situation and of the health effects and whatnot as part of our information package today. So it certainly provided some clarity for me because, again, as I said, I was hearing different points of view on the health and safety perspectives. Thank you. Any other comments or questions, members of council, before I call the vote? Okay, I'm seeing none. So for clarity, option one, I'll read it out again, is that here. Option one, that the council of the town of Penetanguishene does not provide concurrence for the telecommunication tower proposed at 17 Point Street by Share Tower Inc., and that a copy of council's decision be provided to Industry, Science and Economic Development Canada. In this option, the town would provide, and this is not part of the motion, but I won't read any further. I'll just say that those two statements, that the council of the town of Penetanguishene does not provide concurrence for the telecommunication tower proposed at 17 Point Street by Share Tower Inc., and that a copy of council's decision be provided Industry, Science and Economic Development Canada. So everybody's heard the motion. It's duly moved and second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to the next item on our agenda is the draft Affordable and Sustainable Community Improvement Plan. The recommended action is that the draft Affordable and Sustainable Housing Community Improvement Plan prepared by Tim Welch Consulting and NPG Planning Solutions be received, and that staff be directed to schedule a public meeting on the draft Affordable and Sustainable Housing Community Improvement Plan prepared by Tim Welch Consulting and MPG Planning Solutions to obtain feedback from the public. So that was the presentation that we heard earlier this evening, and that's the motion before us. Madam Director, is there anything further you would like to add at this point?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just note that this is a milestone in this project to move a draft document forward for public review and comment. And so we're looking forward to obtaining that feedback from the public about the proposed programs that Tim and Leah went through earlier today. And this is all would be subject to a future council decision before it becomes an approved document. So that is expected for spring, summer of this year, so that we may be able to enable some of this funding to help create housing this year in the town of Penetanguishene.
Thank you, Madam Director. Having heard the motion, may I look for a mover and a seconder? Councillor Roux and Councillor Marchand. You've heard the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We have a number of referrals on the Planning Community Development Services agenda. Anything that needs to move at this point? Yes, Your Worship.
The third item, notice policy review regarding development, that was brought forward by the director previously, and the council adopted the recommendation tonight, so we can remove that item. Okay, thank you. Any items to add to the referral list? Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to see a review done of the current service delivery of our bylaw department, especially our patrolling and patrolling hours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Madam Clerk, we're able to capture that referral.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have bylaw department patrol service delivery, a service delivery review. And so a review of bylaw patrol hours and the whole service bylaw patrol, or the bylaw, the entire service of bylaw, not specifically patrol.
Just an overview of the service, especially the patrolling hours.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder for that to add it to the referral list? Mayor Rawson seconds that. And Madam Clerk, you've recorded it. So we have one addition and we have one deletion. And Mr. CAO, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity, and I think what I'm hearing from the Deputy Mayor is with respect to levels of service in terms of the level of service we provide today as it relates to bylaw enforcement. And so just looking for a little bit of clarity and so that we're clear on what it is we're providing without getting into the granular operations, recognizing council's role is level of service and setting that level of service for the community. So if we can just get a little bit of clarity so that we're delivering what it is that in the end, if council approves this, what council's looking for.
When we looked at their year-end report, it required or stated that they patrol approximately 2,000 kilometers per month. When you check, we have about 100 kilometers worth of road. So that means that they work 20 days per month. They're patrolling every road in the house or in the community once a day. When our service delivery comes through and says that we are a reactive service, not a proactive service, to me, that negates why would we be driving by to say that this lady is having an issue, but unless somebody complains, we're not going to do anything about it. So to me, it's a whole bunch of 2,000 kilometers per month, wearing out a vehicle and all their time, not to provide the service that that we should be.
If I might, Mr. Chair, I think I don't want to debate numbers now, but certainly I think the BMA report that we recently provided, we can certainly provide a little bit more context for council in that respect. And at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that we're, we as, I guess through myself, are getting the direction from council on level of service, and we're not getting into the weeds on, does the truck turn right or left on this road and how long does it, spend out there on the road? So I think I have a little bit of a sense, and certainly at a staff level, we can come back and try and provide some additional context as it relates to the BMA report, which might provide you, or I think it should provide you what it is you're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, we did have a mover and a seconder for that added referral item, but we do need to call for the vote on adding that item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we have a mover and a seconder to add that referral item, and I think it's been clarified in terms of what the mover and seconder are seeking. So all those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Or opposed? The motion fails. So the only amendment then is with respect to the item to be deleted, and that is the notice review regarding development. So I'll read the motion that the Planning and Community Development Services section endorse the following additional existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff: the ATV ORV pilot project, the cell tower public notification procedure, and the notice policy review regarding developments is coming off. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Durush, second by Councillor Waters. Any further comment? All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Any questions from the media and the public? Yes. Yes. Could you just go to the podium? And I know you spoke earlier, but could you just identify yourself again?
Irene Lau from Penetang. So if I could just get some clarity, because I know we were very pleased, and thank you. If I understand properly, please, I'm just maybe tired. So item 1 for the vote for the option 1 about the cell tower location at 17 Point Street was a non-concurrence with 1 vote for concurrence. And so that means that this is over?
Yes, so to respond, yes, the vote was to support option 1, which was the non-concurrence, and the majority was 6-1 in that.
I'd like to thank council very, very, very much for that. We worked really hard.
If I can just address your question, nothing's over. This is committee of the whole. This recommendation will come forward at our next council meeting, where council will have an opportunity to then look at this again. So I just want to answer the question.
Right.
Nothing's over until council ratifies the decisions that was made at committee of the whole tonight.
Okay.
Committee, as the chair have mentioned, made a recommendation to go forward to council. I just want to answer the question with clarity.
Right. Well, I wanted the clarity as well, but at this point it was 6-1 for non-concurrence. Thank you. And I do, on behalf of everybody that worked really hard in working towards this, I'd like to thank council and staff very much for their time and efforts with all of this.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Rawson, for that extra clarity.
To the microphone, please.
Yes, and just if you could identify yourself again. I know
Arlene
you spoke
Marshall-Don.
earlier.
So for ratification, is there an opportunity to request a delegation as well? Like, how does that process look like?
So delegations can be made to the clerk's office. There's time limits and what that looks like to put that in.
Of course.
So I'd ask you to direct that to the clerk.
Fair enough.
For delegations to council. Doesn't mean they'll be presented. We may already have a full slate, so it doesn't mean it's guaranteed, but every member has an opportunity to participate in open forum as we did tonight.
So does a ratification meeting look like a council meeting like tonight? Okay. Thank you.
So the first part of our meeting tonight was council.
Yeah.
That'll be what next month will be, and then this will come forward in that committee of the whole report.
Okay.
Where that recommendation will be brought forward. So you have an option with open forum. Madam Clerk can help with delegation process.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
No problem. You just go to the podium and just identify yourself for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Nicole. I live in Penetanguishene. So I just want to know, you're going to do a ratification, right? And that's going to be the next council meeting. Can the decision change?
You never presuppose a vote. So 6-1 was a pretty definitive vote. So it'll come up for a vote, but that was a pretty strong endorsement of option 1.
Okay, thank you so much.
Your Worship, I don't see any other questions from the public, so I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabunker. We believe in the process, and I think this council listens to our community. We've demonstrated that we're open forum and otherwise. But like Councillor Vedabunker said, nothing's done till we go through the process. I just want to also make one more statement. 6-1, 5-2, we don't talk about that. The motion carried. We don't talk about what the vote count was unless we asked for a recorded vote, which we would do in a council if a councilman asked for it. So this council spoke tonight and we are one voice when we leave. So we're not saying he did, she didn't. It's our council spoke. And I just want to be clear because we didn't do a recorded vote tonight. When it was called, the motion was carried. That recommendation will go forward to council and I'll speak from my lens, but I know my colleagues will look at it with clean eyes next time. And if we get different input and different values, that's the opportunity. We come with fresh eyes next time. So I know we'll all look at it at its own merits as we move forward. So again, I direct you to the Madam Clerk if you wish to be a participant at next meeting. We're moving on to number 9, Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor DeRush. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the section has one consent agenda item, and it is to do with the Communications and Social Media Activity Report, semi-annual update, July 2023 to December 2023. And it is Clerk's Report 2024-01. The recommended action is that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor Leroux, seconded by Councillor Vademont-Cœur. Do we have any comments or questions about this item? Yes, Councillor Marchand.
Just quick comments. I just want to commend staff on what a great job they do in promoting all of our activities on social media, Facebook posts and Instagram and all those things. And we all have a responsibility to put them on our own feeds and make sure we're getting the word out there. I try to share everything I can on Facebook. We all have different followings of individuals. It's really important to promote what's going on in our town, great summer opportunities. We're looking for students. That's where they, look for opportunities in social media. And, I have 2 teens, tweens, young adults, whatever in the house. And I tell them to forward it on and post it. So it's really important that we also be ambassadors for our town as well. And just continue the great work with the social media. And it's good fun. It's really well done.
Totally agree. Thank you so much for those comments. Any other comments from members? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. The matters for consideration, we only have the one matter, and it has to do with the Huronia Airport Commission 2024 financial request, which is Finance Report 2024-01. The recommended action is that the Huronia Airport Commission's 2024 capital funding shortfall of $2,528 funded by the town's asset management reserve be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor Marchand. Any comments or questions about this report? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Next on the agenda is the referrals to upcoming agenda staff, and the motion is that the Finance and Corporate Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. The first is paper ballot consideration in 2026 municipal election. The second is staff position of grant writer, and that's regarding CAO and the HR. The third item is a non-resident fee review, and the last is community grant program review. Are there any additions or things that need to fall off this list? No. Seeing none, I can't remember if I have asked for a second. Okay, so can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by, let's get Councillor Marchand. Any other comments or questions about these items? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Questions from the media and the public? Anyone have questions or inquiries about this section? Seeing none, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. I'll look for a motion to adjourn at 10:18 p.m. Moved by Councillor Marchand, second by Councillor Leroux. Further comments? Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed?